Finances, Karen Edwards. To her right is Deputy City Attorney for Litigation and Claims, George Prothro. To my left is Deputy City Attorney Kimberly Patrick, who is over the Airport Division and Legal Operations. And to her left is Deputy City Attorney Cheryl Ringer over Municipal Governance. We also have Deputy City Attorney Sharon Broach, who is over Operations. And then we are honored to also have members of the Department of Law who are, of course, very essential to the team in the chamber audience. So if they could just stand or wave their hands. Thank you so much. The Department of Law is vested with the exclusive authority and jurisdiction in all matters of law and legal services related to the executive and legislative branches of the City of Atlanta and every department. We are the sword and the shield of the city, protecting both the city's public fisc, defending it from litigation, and enabling both the mayor and council's administrative and policy goals in the best interest of the city government. The duties and responsibilities and authority of the city attorney and the Department of Law are found in both the charter and the city's code. Now, since the beginning of 2026, when I was confirmed in this position, the Department of Law has made significant strides in strengthening its operations and in continuing to invest in the future of municipal legal services. We have tightened our internal processes, improved accountability, and enhanced our budget management to ensure that resources are allocated strategically and transparently. At the same time, we have been very intentional about cultivating a pipeline of the next generation of municipal attorneys, creating at every opportunity that we have opportunities for early exposure, mentorship, and hands-on experience that is focused on preparing emerging lawyers for the unique work of public service, specifically here in the city. We have also hosted training programs for our attorneys and staff, and also for other attorneys within the city, emphasizing substantive knowledge, professional excellence, ethical leadership, and customer service. And these have been at no cost to our attorneys or other attorneys within the city. These efforts ensure that our team is not only equipped to meet today's challenges, but are also positioned to lead in response to the challenges that we anticipate facing us ahead. Together, these innovations reflect our commitment to operational excellence, fiscal stewardship, and retaining the history and knowledge of the professionals that have served the city in this department for decades, and especially towards building a sustainable, strong foundation for the legal professionals who will serve Atlanta long into the future. Go to our next slide. I want to present you all with our FY27 organizational structure chart. As you can see, I've introduced the deputy city attorneys to you. They sit directly under me in this structure. But the legal and administrative functions of the Department of Law are divided into 5 major divisions: Airport Legal Division, Legal Operations, Operations, Litigation Division and Claims, Municipal Governments, and Strategic Business Services, which also encompasses our real estate functions. The Airport Legal Division serves, of course, as counsel to the Department of Aviation, which operates, of course, Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. This division provides advice and counsel on a variety of commercial matters such as real estate, contracts, procurement, local and federal legislative matters, and federal regulatory laws. The Litigation Division and Claims Group handles lawsuits in which the City of Atlanta, its employees, elected officials, and agents are named as defendants. This division handles tort litigation, employment matters, and constitutional claims, and various other types of matters that may be filed in both federal and state court. This division also will defend against appeals of judicial and jury determinations in litigation both at state and federal appellate levels. The Claims Group, which also is a part of the Litigation Division, manages claims filed against the City of Atlanta in accordance with state law. The Operations Division serves as counsel to both the legislative and administrative branches of Atlanta as well. Specifically, the professionals in this division include they serve the Department of Watershed Management, Transportation. They manage the Save E-Verify compliance program. The Operations Division also provides advice and counsel to the Department of Human Resources. They provide legal advice regarding operations and legal functions and give advice on an ongoing basis related to personnel matters to try to minimize claims and lawsuits. Just to give you context, Amber Robinson, who is sitting here, is a part of this operations division. Strategic Business Services provides legal counsel and contract services, of course, to both the legislative and executive branches of Atlanta. Specifically, the professionals in this division serve the departments of AIM, Enterprise Assets Management, Grants, Parks and Recreation, Planning, Aviation, and Procurement. This division also provides legal counsel on commercial transactions, including contracts, real estate matters, and land use matters. Finally, the Municipal Governments team leads counsel and contract services serving the Department of Finance, the Atlanta Police Department, Atlanta Fire and Rescue. They serve as multiple boards and commissions, including the Defined Contribution Pension Investment Board. This division also is legal counsel on commercial transactions, including municipal financing and tax matters. Each deputy city attorney has a division chief, and following there are deputy division chiefs and other counsel and supervisory attorneys, claims managers that help operate in that division as well. Next slide. Kimberly Patrick will give us a deep dive in some of our ongoings and FY26 accomplishments and our year in review. I will just give a summary of our service highlights. Again, the Department of Law is very similar to the Department of Finance, in it being one of the few departments that services the entire city of Atlanta government. And so a summary of our service highlights, we are proud that we have continued to keep the main thing, our main priority, which is providing comprehensive and excellent legal services across the city of Atlanta. And so in that, we have, of course, responded to various legal requests from City Council, the mayor, and other city officials and departments for opinions and advice on various legal matters. We have assisted in responding to open records requests and ensuring compliance with the Open Meetings Act, advising on zoning matters, assisting in city bond financing, representing and defending the city in various lawsuits, providing ongoing support and advice in reaching compliance with consent decrees, advising city departments on employment-related issues, and providing training as well. And I will ask Deputy City Attorney Patrick to give you an overview of specific accomplishments.
All right, good morning. Kimberly Patrick, Deputy City Attorney for the Airport Division. As you know, the Law Department has a phenomenal group of attorneys, and they've done a lot of good work in fiscal year 26. And I want to talk a little bit about how that work has aligned with the mayor's goals. If you look at the pillar of a city of opportunity for all, we have provided all legal services required to support activities regarding the city's hosting of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We provided all of the advice and counsel and legislative drafting services, which led to the amendment of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to formally establish the Mayor's Office of One Atlanta. We also co-hosted the Mayor's Senior Wills event on August 16th, 2025 and November 8th, 2025, and provided critical estate planning documents for income-limited seniors. Moving on to One Safe City, we prepared acquisition documents, easements, right of entry agreements for several complete street projects, including Cascade Road, Central Avenue Bridge, and Hamilton Road sidewalk rehabilitations to provide safe access to pedestrians, bicyclists, motorists, and transit riders. We secured facilities for APS and AFRD, including the upcoming fire station redevelopments in high-need parts of the city, specifically the redevelopment of Midtown Fire Station and the construction of a fire station in the Lindbergh complex. Moving on to the pillar of a city built for the future, We, the law department, hosted 3 continuing legal education seminars on March 20th, March 27th, and March 30th of 2026, which provided training and development on legal topics important to the city of Atlanta. We also provided legal services to the Department of Aviation for the expansion of its indoor-outdoor antenna system to more efficiently provide wireless access to the ever-expanding demand for cell phone and wireless device accessibility at the airport. And this will go a long way when FIFA comes to Atlanta in June. Also, a city built for the future, we provided legal services to facilitate the transfer of surplus Department of Watershed land toward the development of an affordable housing project and grocery store near 1270 West Marietta Boulevard. We also led the negotiations of the franchise agreement with Google Fiber Georgia for the installation and operation of its FTP network. And then finally, the effective and ethical government pillar. The law department hosted a training with staff from the Office of the Mayor and Office of the City Council President on how to effectively and efficiently process the intake of claims and lawsuits. We conducted a training session with the Department of Human Resources directors on interpreting sections of the Personnel and Labor and Relations chapters of the City Code. And we provided legal advice and counsel to all departments in compliance with the Mayor's Administrative Order 2025-02 regarding ensuring compliance with the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam President and members of.
So Mayshire Bailey is going to actually talk to you about the numbers, but I want to give you some context in terms of when she discusses those with you. And as you all will probably notice when I'm before you, I always give it to Mayshire Bailey to talk about the numbers because she knows these better than anybody. But the Department of Law has strengthened its budget management through a series of very intentional operational improvements. Our Deputy Chief of Finance, Ms. Bailey, monitors our budget numbers on a daily basis. I meet with Ms. Bailey and the department's budget analyst, Kiera Brown, who can wave her hand here in the audience, on a weekly basis at a minimum, but oftentimes more to discuss where our budget stands, anticipated needs within our department and across the city that may impact the Department of Law's budget. When I came into the role, Ms. Bailey already had implemented very tight fiscal controls. And so our work together has been actively engaging in processes regarding enhancement of our tracking and forecasting tools, as well as clearer accountability measures across our department and across city departments that we service. So this focus ensures that the resources that have been allotted to the Department of Law are used strategically and are aligned with the city's priorities. So together with Ms. Bailey and Ms. Brown, the deputy city attorneys that are here, and all of the members of the Department of Law who are committed to being good stewards of our processes, time management, goals, our efforts are creating a more disciplined, proactive, and sustainable approach to managing the Department of Law's budget. We have streamlined our role in management and oversight of contracts that live in our department to a degree. We're ensuring that scopes of work are clear, tied to a need, and that monitoring and management of that work is clearly established. And to the extent that deliverables are appropriate and are necessary, that clear expectations are established at the outset. With respect to the management of outside counsel, we have been able to hire a senior attorney who has been assigned the duty of outside counsel management in addition to her other duties. She'll be working very closely with George Prothro, our deputy city attorney for litigation, on early establishments of budgets with outside counsel, strategy development, and case management to ensure that litigation of cases is thorough, is efficient towards speedy resolution to the extent that that is possible, to the extent that there's budget savings there, and efficient to the degree that we can maintain that control. We've standardized our documentation for litigation budgets, for case evaluation, and settlement analysis, which allows us to compare and contrast when we're looking at similar issues and evaluating case resolutions in the best interest of the city. I will pass it to Ms. Bailey.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Good morning, Madam President, members of the Atlanta City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the FY 2027 proposed budget on behalf of the Department of Law. We're moving on to slide 11, FY 2027 position count by FTE, by fund. As to the FY 2027 FTE count for the Department of Law, there are 85.76 FTEs across the operating funds and 3.24 FTEs in the Aviation Renewal and Extension Fund. So a total FTE count of 89 when you include the Aviation Renewal and Extension Fund. As to filled versus vacant positions across the operating funds, there are 81.93 filled positions and 3.83 vacant positions. These are all funded positions. If you include the Aviation Renewal and Extension Fund, there are 85 filled positions and 4 vacant positions. The vacant positions are all attorney positions. The current Department of Law attrition rate is 7%. The Department of Law attrition rate in FY25 was 22%, so much higher than it is currently. I'm going to move on to slide 12. So let's dive into the numbers. The total proposed general fund budget for FY 2027 is $13.5 million, a slight decrease of $61,088 when compared to the FY 26 adopted budget. So as to total personnel and benefits, the proposed budget is $5.9 million, a decrease of $61,088. This decrease impacts the benefit line items, specifically group health insurance and the defined contribution plan, where projections are slightly lower than anticipated for FY 2027. As to the purchase contracted services line, the total proposed budget for 2027 is $7.4 million, a slight increase of $4,811 when compared to the FY 2026 adopted budget. When you look at the general fund purchase contracted services actuals in FY 2025, you'll notice a fiscal year spend of $10.8 million, and that is related to class action lawsuits, civil rights, and social unrest litigation. While spending in these areas are beginning to decline, we are now seeing an increase in spending across affirmative litigation matters necessary to protect the quality of life of all Atlantans. Given that these matters are difficult to predict and to project, the Department of Law has been working with our partners in the Department of Finance to capture affirmative litigation matters in the non-departmental litigation budget to help better align the FY27 purchase contracted services budget. As to supplies, there was a slight decrease of $4,811 when compared to the FY26 adopted budget. The increase from FY25 actuals to FY26 adopted and FY27 proposed is due to technology upgrades, PC, and monitor refreshes. As to other costs, that budget will remain flat as we are anticipating costs in FY 2027 related to business meeting expenses and the annual CLE seminar. So at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation back over to Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. We would like to confirm for you that we believe our proposed budget allocation is appropriate and sufficient. We believe it adequately represents the Department of Law's ability to represent and defend the city's priorities for governance, compliance, and legal defense, but also provides the department with the ability and the agility to respond to the climate, outcomes, and operational needs of the city. I'm confident that the department's budget is sufficient, as my confidence is built on several key factors that I explained to this body earlier that rest primarily in our budget chief, her management of the budget, our smarter spending, our streamlined processes, which can often be difficult to accomplish in a Department of Law, but I think we've been quite successful in doing that in FY26. So thank you very much, and we're open for questions.
All right, thank you very much for the overview of your proposed FY27 budget. We're going to open up for questions from council members. We're going to start with Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam City Attorney, for the presentation and your team. Just a few questions. One thing we hear a lot about is law's continued work to hopefully reduce the reliance on outside counsel. I know we have a lot of bright minds in the law department that we can hopefully rely on more and less on outside counsel. So what strategies have you implemented since coming on to hopefully reduce the reliance on outside counsel? And perhaps relatedly to that, on your overall budget, how much of the $15.5 million in purchase and contracted services is specifically for payment to outside counsel?
I will have our division chief answer that question, and then I'll answer the other part of the question.
So as to the outside counsel allocation for the general fund, that amount is $6.6 million.
And so before you get to that, just a part B to that, then what else is under purchasing contracted services other than outside counsel?
So the other expense categories that are in purchase contracted services are expenses related to temporary staff, court reporters, expert witnesses, mediation and arbitration services, Thompson Reuters legal research, operating lease equipment, court filing fees, wireless expenses, postage, printing, training, travel, and memberships.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. And to your question related to outside counsel, I want to reframe it a bit just for my purposes and how I have seen the use of outside counsel and how I have utilized outside counsel since coming in the role. Our personnel resources and our outside counsel oftentimes serve mutually exclusively different functions. And so I don't believe that we have a heavy reliance on outside counsel as supplanting the resources that we have and the talent that we have in the department, but our outside counsel is actually a complement to that. And so the way that I look at this, if we had in our budget several additional millions of dollars to say hire 10 additional attorneys, it would not dispense with the need for outside counsel. Oftentimes what happens is I'm looking at the number of attorneys, the volume of cases. Oftentimes the cases that we send to outside counsel are extremely complex, they're specialized, and they require technical expertise that you may not be able to fill even if you looked for specific attorneys that had that skill set. Specifically, there are other reasons that we have to use outside counsel. So I will give you an example. If we're served with a piece of litigation and there is the city of Atlanta sued and say 7 or 8 other officials, because of our rules of professional responsibility, conflict rules, it is impossible that internal attorneys from a responsibility and conflict of interest standpoint could represent all of the different defendants. So we would absolutely be required to retain conflict counsel. And what that means is we may have to get 7 additional attorneys as conflict counsel at 7 different firms because of the potential or foreseeable conflict. And so we have to manage that in terms of reservation of rights and how we use outside counsel. But of course, what we are doing is we are being streamlined in that sense. But if we try to shift all litigation internally, I don't believe that will relieve budget pressures. In fact, it would add to budget pressures. Right now, we have about 13 attorneys in the litigation department that handle litigation and 8 support staff. If we were to add a series of additional internal attorneys, it creates long-term budget pressures, including salary, benefits, technology, the need for other support staff, and we would absolutely still need outside counsel. We are being, as I stated earlier, careful and cognizant of the types of cases to the extent possible. We try to keep routine matters in-house unless it requires outside counsel. Complex bond, civil rights, class actions, federal overreach litigation that is going to consume an attorney's time when I've got attorneys that are maximizing their caseloads. The best way that I can explain that to this body, greetings, is the same way we look at protecting our public safety, police and fire from burnout and exhaustion. We have a professional responsibility, ethics, malpractice, and we have to make sure I have to protect them from that. So if they're handling volumes of cases, I work with our attorneys daily on strategy myself, managing their caseload, seeing where they are. But what we're also focused on is there are areas where we can try to minimize the cost. And that's where we're seeing our changes. That is making sure that our claims are investigated thoroughly. there is less of an expense to the public fisc if we can resolve claims early at our claims division, because most of those claims are the ones that end up in litigation. The other thing that I have been looking at is evaluating all of our existing cases to see if there are opportunities for early resolution, where I know we may just end up in protracted litigation to end up in the same place. And so being good stewards. But what we're also committed to is, again, the document processes that we have, the management of outside counsel, early case strategy, because we can get from outside counsel and our internal attorneys early case evaluation from beginning to end, then I know that their strategy will be more efficient, which means that their use and expense of the public's monies will be more efficient. We're also committed, and this is in a direct, really could correlate to a direct line item, we're committed to working with other departments and divisions and being proactive so that we hope matters do not reach litigation with our increased training, operational compliance, working with them on that instead of just being reactive in terms of legal defense.
Thank you for that. What does the department, and maybe you in particular, since you have come here, use as performance metrics? We hear a lot in our more, public-facing departments about, departments SLAs from Watershed, ATO, DOT, DPW. What do you see, and what can you present as that you use as evidence of a properly functioning law department?
Absolutely. Thank you. And I think it's a great question. I think that it's two parts. There's an internal evaluation in terms of how our attorneys are serving the city, but there's also the external evaluation of how we are serving other departments. And I can evaluate that in terms of conversations with my fellow cabinet members, commissioners, figuring out what we can do better, what we can do more of, but also looking at how many repeat matters that come to us that we can be more proactive on as well. When I got into the department, there were already standards that the department had set of goals, and some of those include sense of urgency. They include efficiency. What I have focused on is making sure that our department, as I stated earlier, keeps our main priority which is delivering legal services in a comprehensive way that understands the necessary nuances of government. Looking at how litigation is handled, seeing if strategy can be developed, working with our department to see how we're evaluating procurements, how we're supporting, how responsive. It feels like low-hanging fruit, how responsive the attorneys are to me, how responsive they are to you, how responsive they are to other members of the department. A lot of our outcomes are not necessarily borne out in the city, but they're borne out in the courts. They're borne out in the mediations. They're borne out in the settlements. And I know that we have set and we have considered all of the interests that are important to the citizens of Atlanta to evaluate those outcomes and make sure they're in the best interest. Oftentimes you can't see that in the numbers, but we can see that. And that's what I try to bring to you all in letting you know about cases, letting you know the actual risk that we've avoided there, the actual exposure. But it's really making sure that our attorneys are committed, that we're getting the responses, that if we can get to yes, that we're doing that we're trying to accomplish the goals, that we're not being stop, holds, and barriers to what the city needs and its priorities.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I'll keep it at that and defer to my colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Hillis.
Next, we have questions from Councilmember Martin.
Yes, it's more of a comment. I just wanted to say thank you for I've been around city government for 25 years, and I've always respected our law department. It's always been very effective, but what I'm noticing very early about this one is you all are going above and beyond, practicing law. You're getting in our communities and really helping to lift, and that's extremely important. Number one, it helps citizens understand what government is all about beyond just trash being picked up and when you dial 911, the police show up, but helping them understand that it's a lot of work that goes into managing what we're discussing is now a $3 billion city. And so thank you all. You all were ready and willing to come and help clean up my Madam President's beloved Cascade Nature Preserve. We're going to get that rescheduled as soon as possible. I'm looking forward to us doing some work with our seniors around living wills and testaments, and really even engaging with our young people around how they can pursue careers in law that maybe entails them taking the bar one day, or if it's just being a clerk or being a paralegal. So I just wanted to say thank you for that innovative work. And I think, as I think about what my colleague said about what Hillis said about outside counsel, I think that's always a conversation to be had but I do understand the complexities of the work that you all do and how it sometimes can be beneficial to have expertise in other areas doing that work. But I do think we should always be looking at, and I think you all are committed to doing that and ensuring that we're, spending the public dollar the best way we can. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Worthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I apologize for my tardiness, but I was listening to the beginning of this presentation in the car on the way over. As someone that's a member of an in-house law department myself, I would love to present a budget to my boss that looks as flat as yours. So kudos to you and everyone on the team, especially since litigation is something you can't predict, and you've got to respond to it. And so really kudos to the budget you put forward. My one question is, can you elaborate a little bit on y'all's work with procurement? We had procurement's presentation yesterday, and we know that they are completely revolutionizing their systems in that department and doing great work. I defined it yesterday as anytime you change a system, it's pure hell at the beginning, and then it ultimately gets better than it was. And I think the procurement chief yesterday said we're now at the point of just having a little bit of hell left, and we're almost there. How is the law department working with procurement to try to ease that transition into a period of time where the procurements are going quicker?
Thank you. And all of our deputy city attorneys, and we work directly with procurement, but I would ask Deputy City Attorney Edwards to answer your question.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for the question. We work very closely with the procurement team. We are participating in the beginning in their new strategy programs where we are able to hear what the goal is, what the purpose is as they try to decide which method of procurement. And so law gets to ask some questions, be able to begin thinking about what needs to be done related to the contracts, the type of contracts that would be necessary, et cetera. We have a automated process where they will send us the documentation request for services. We respond to them within about 3 days to say, okay, we need more information, et cetera, and then we try to get documents out. We also have templates ready, and when they send the notice out, it is with the templates that we expect to be used, the form of contract that we expect to be used. If a person who is putting in a bid has changes to it, they must send their changes in at that time, and it's part of the overall review. So we are able to say, wow, that's a lot of changes. It's going to be very complex. It's risk issues, et cetera. So we are trying to help in that way to make it, to support them in their smoothing out the process, I guess.
Well, yeah. Well, thank you for your support. I know that change is hard. Change was a long time coming there, and I'm excited to see the fruits of their labors, and thank you for your support of that. One last question, and I think it's probably premature to talk about it in 27, but so this is more of a put it on your radar. But as a practicing attorney myself, I am equal parts terrified and excited about AI changing our profession. I think we're on the front end of that right now as Claude and ChatGPT becomes more commonplace, and you certainly hear stories of AI tools writing briefs very eloquently and then citing cases that don't exist. Yeah, exactly. And so I think we're certainly on the front end of that, but I would encourage the department to keep a huge grasp on that, because I think that next year at this time, we're going to probably be talking about that a lot more. And, you know, is it going to become the next Westlaw and LexisNexis, or is it going to be the bane of our profession, TBD, but I trust that somebody in your department is watching that closely.
Thank you. And if I can just add, thank you for both of those. I will just add to the procurement piece. Deputy City Attorney Edwards they're doing a lot of training with procurement as well, and also other departments. And so while that training is related to procurement and contracts and other divisions, what you would feel is some smoothing out in the procurement process as it trickles to procurement directly. And so, and they're continuing to do in training. They actually have a training program to address some of the things that we're seeing. So in trying to be proactive and operationally compliant. In terms of technology, it's something that we're always thinking about. Technology makes things faster. And that can be good or that can be bad, because what that also means in certain contexts is that it just makes our mistakes show up quicker. Right?
Very well said.
Exactly. I am in the business of building and training attorneys. And so I think that is very important as we look at AI or all of our technology. You know firsthand that most law departments, most law firms tend to use 20% of the technology they have, which is why you don't see us asking for money for those things. What I have been focused on in that respect is evaluating our current technology, evaluating our resources, and first making sure that we are squeezing every ounce of maximization out of that. And Taya White, who is our Director of Legal Operations here, I've been working with Taya very closely to make sure that we're utilizing our subscriptions, that our attorneys know what we have, but that there's also training and ethics around that. If I asked you all for $1 million for AI and other things, which you didn't hear me say, because of the nuances that are required in this job, and the discretion, the fast pace, the sensitive nature of it, there's no technology that can give you the expertise of a Kimberly Patrick or Amber Robinson or Ms. Shear Bailey or any of the attorneys that are sitting here. And so building our attorneys, training our attorneys that require less oversight, that can be more efficient, that can not just write a letter, but understand the discretion that is needed to perform this job has been my focus.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have questions from Council President Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. So not so much of a question. Thank you, colleagues, for your thoughtful questions. I want to thank you for presenting to us today and also for giving your seal of approval for what you've submitted to us. We don't always hear that. And it is always a question for us as we're looking through the handouts and the book and all of the things to make sure that we're making good decisions, prudent fiduciary decisions. You know, does this suit you? Is this exactly the way you'd like for it to look? And for you to have use the end of your presentation to put your seal of approval means a lot, because that's often a question that we have. We ask each other, we want to make sure no one is submitting under duress. And I know that may sound a little strange, but we've been told several things over the years. This is my 9th year at council, and I've heard it all. So thank you for that. Confidence is important. And it's also, it assures us that you've watched every line, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Council President Overstreet.
So thank you.
Thank you. And I did have a question. You know, obviously across the core functions that you all have, you take on a lot as a department. And one of the things, even with this council, I know we throw a lot at you last minute that you're dealing with. As we talk about the outside counsel piece, and I know anyone that's ever hired an attorney on their own knows that the cost can escalate pretty quickly, even with a text message or a call for those matters. And so can you talk a little bit about any measures that you put in place to really kind of just, you know, put controls around escalating costs of using outside counsel?
Yes, absolutely. The great thing for you all in the city is I'm a 24+ year litigator, which means I pay close attention to those things. That is the purpose of those early budgets, because if I can have an outside firm commit to me how the intend to expend the public resources on litigation, I can talk to them very early, and I will talk to them and say, let's talk about what this strategy really means, right? Because they are partnering with the city, but we know the city best. And so in making sure that they're giving us budgets, evaluating cases, I'm not saying that any of our council does this, Thomas Worthy will tell you as well, but we are watching for attorneys. And what we're also doing is making sure that we don't have attorneys outside counsel that are churning the city's budget, that it doesn't feel like a big bank to them. And so what we're also doing is internally, I'm evaluating every outside counsel at the end of every litigation. George Prothero and I talk about that. I'm looking at how efficient they were. I'm looking at outcomes. I'm looking at how they managed litigation. We are right-sizing to the extent that we can counsel fees. We've been able, outside counsel fees, so we've been able to decrease some of those immediately. Councils have agreed to those. We appreciate that. Understanding where the city is, where the city's budget is. And so they've been agreeable to that. And so we've asked the question. I don't know that that question has been asked of them. So we're doing that as well. We're also looking at increasing and expanding our outside counsel bench. There are lots of attorneys in Atlanta that are willing to work at very reasonable rates, that do excellent work and that are experts in their field. So expanding that bench so that we have more opportunities. So council understands that excellence must be delivered, but at the most efficient cost. So there, it is really keeping our hand on management of outside counsel to make sure that we are receiving a benefit and not just an expense to the city.
Okay. Well, I will say this department has seen to do a good job of keeping that line item flat, because in theory it is a variable cost that could change at any moment. But if you look at some of the recent history, you've all done a great job, and we're appreciative of the numbers that we see right now. If there's no other questions, comments from colleagues, I think we are good for this presentation. Appreciate the overview of the proposed budget, and we'll quickly move on to our next presentation, which is Department of Enterprise Asset Management. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Management. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Davis so you can introduce your team and get started with the presentation.
Good morning, committee chair and other members of the committee. My name is Chris Davis, the Commissioner for the Department of Enterprise Asset Management. And today I have with me, to my right, I will let my directors introduce themselves.
Good morning. I'm Maurice Jackson, Director of Technical Services.
I'm Cheryl Glenn Snooks, Director of Real Estate.
Good morning. I'm Tiffany Burden, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning. Priscilla Watkins, Assistant Director of Administration.
Good morning. Billy Russell, Director of Operations. I want to say thank you guys for allowing us to be able to present to you guys today our budget, and wanted to go through and after we present, if there's any question that you guys have, we'd be more than happy to provide them. So the first slide you're going to see is the organizational chart. Nothing has changed from this except for you see a new column there for what we call MEP, which is mechanical engineering, plumbing, which is a division that is created as new, but it actually came from within the team that we already have. And so as part of our technical service team, what we realized is that we had a lot of activities that was going on, but we needed to have a specific focus as it relates to the particular items that they was providing. So along with my architectural design team, we actually have a number of engineers that actually plays a major role in our operation and things that we do. And so by having that specific breakout with that, we can get a little bit more direct what take place. And between the two teams, we actually do some in-house design work that we do, where we do not go outside and solicit work from outside design team. And so we do internal design work, and we have the individuals that can actually create that. So a lot of our recycling and renovation projects, we'll do some of those in-house, depending upon what the workload is. We also utilize the same team to be able to go out on our capital improvement programs, where we utilize and dealing with the Moving Atlanta Forward project. And so with these two teams now, I can take my mechanical team, my MEP team, and actually go out and do specific inspections upon the mechanical packages and what takes place out in the field. That provides a level of expertise services that we was trying to combine within one group, and that was very, very difficult for them to do. So that had actually added some components to our level of what we call quality control, quality assurance on our projects, and making sure that we are actually getting the things that's designed and holding the contractors accountable. We have, you also see that right now we, as part of some of the vacancies that we have, we did have a retirement earlier this year for our PMO position, which we actually interviewing for now. We did phase one, and so the next interview section is next week, and we should be able to fill that position. We also filled the position related to our document control data analyst person, and so that position been. So we're constantly going through and interviewing to backfill those positions where we lost some of the components early on this year. Next slide. Just want to talk about a few things as relates to some of the things that we've done this year. City Built for the Future. With some of the programs that we do outside of the Moving Atlanta Forward, we've installed 20 additional EV charger stations in the Government Center parking deck. This is along with the charger stations that we actually do at all of our new projects. So the fire stations actually have EV chargers, and so we've gone a step further this year where we actually started implementing the chargers themselves. We used to just do a make ready and just have the infrastructure in place. This year, we actually started doing and installing the chargers as well. So we do that at all of our new facilities that we got going on. In addition to that, we actually implement solar panels that we include as part of the program. So all of these is in alignment with the city's goal in trying to go green by 2035. And so we continue to do those things as relates to that. Some of the projects that we've been doing and that we've completed this year, we've done phase one of our lactation facilities inside of City Hall. Because of some of the new laws that's been changed, we wanted to be ahead of the program. And so we started doing that. We completed the first one this year, and so we're going to be adopting and completing the rest of those throughout the remainder of this year and moving forward into the next year. We completed the completion of construction renovation for the DOP area. And so we was able to go down there and redirect the space a little bit, add capacity to their operation, and also create a more updated bid room that they're using right now. They call it Innovation Lab, if they use a lot of different things in that space. We've been working on the municipal court project where we were converting them to the grid. We've been working with Georgia Power Net for the last 5 years, I would say, but there's a meeting that's going on right now to meet with the judges to go over the final stages, which is the turnover operation. And that's going to shut the municipal courts down for a period of over the weekend. And so we wanted to make sure we brought everybody to the table to where we can make sure we got all of the dots dotted and all of the T's crossed so that there's no component left there. So you're going to have the judges there, you're going to have Ames there, you're going to have Georgia Power there, you're going to have all of the entities that's got to make sure that this piece takes place right. The importance of this project is that it takes the municipal court off of the overhead fees and of the transformer and puts it on the grid, which allows them much better operation and less time interruptions where they lose power. So this is something that's been going, and we're really happy to say that we're actually able now to be able to close the loop on this project. The completion of the City Hall exterior lighting systems, you all may have noticed some of that, but now we have the new system that we put in. We actually have about 1 million different hues of colors that we can actually use on the exterior of the building to be able to represent a lot of different things and requests that we get from time to time, where the city can actually participate and show its support of different activities that are taking place through the lighting system that you see is kind of common throughout downtown city of Atlanta. Implementation of phase 6 of our EBI, which is our integrated system, is a BMS for us, which is a building management system. This allows us to be able to actually see our facility, see the infrastructure as it relates to our mechanical system. It allows us to be able to control these from one location. If we get a call, we get something that's going on, and versus now sending a person out to do an initial evaluation, the director of ops can actually pull up on his phone. He can see what's going on in the facility. Sometimes he can reset it from their location and actually. So the importance of that is that it allows us to have oversight upon all of our facilities in one location. It also helps us to reduce, when I say reduce, actually to maximize manpower, because before I was sending individuals out to these spaces. Now I can actually see these spaces from one location. And when I do deploy a staff member to go out and do some work on the system, they pretty much kind of have an idea of where they're headed and what they're doing on their way out there. So it's a time saver. It's also, like I said, again, an ability to be able to oversee what's going on. Just present year, we had the winter weatherization issue when the temperatures dropped. Also, with one switch of a button, we can go in and we can switch our facilities into what we call occupied mode. We keep our facilities running full time when the temperatures drop. This diminishes the chance of us having freezes in the building like we did before. So that gives us, again, that level of control from that perspective. In addition to that, we actually, earlier this year, we had groundbreaking ceremonies at both Police Zone 4 and then Fire Station 25. And so that happened earlier this year. We're in construction on those two projects. And so we're very excited about what that's going to look like. The other thing that we are scheduling and anticipating that we're going to have within the next few months, and that is going to be ribbon cuttings for Fire Station 30 and for Fire Station 26. And so those two are tracking pretty good, and then go from there. So the next slide just actually give you some photo shots of the groundbreaking for both Zone 4 and for 25. This figure just kind of put that in and kind of get an idea of what that's going to be looking like. So moving on as relates to One Safe City, you know, we actually implemented the elevator modernization project, which is actually going to replace several elevators in 4 different facilities: City Hall, municipal courts, the public safety, and then the jail, right? DLC, yeah. Yes. And so because these elevators, you know, we've had some issues over the years, maintenance costs, et cetera. But the modernization, we're actually going to be replacing the entire system in here. And this way it allows us to actually bring the elevators up to code. The elevators that's in there now, they meet code, but they meet code from the date that they were installed. So now we're going to be installing the systems that's going to be much more reliable and have the present day code systems. So that's going to be taking place right now. The engineers are out at several locations, and they're actually doing the engineering work that they need to do to be able to design, because all of these are going to be designed based upon the actual install. So they have to go out and do the preliminary engineering, which is what they're doing today. So we completed the design. We're actually permitting for the EMS 41, which is out in the, it's property out there off of Sidney Marcus and Piedmont property right now that sits on the Marty lot that we've been negotiating with Marty for the purchase of this property so that we could put the fire station there. And so, and we're getting very close to being able to ink that deal. And so we're excited that this is already in permitting. We've already got pricing on it. And so once we ink the deal with Marty, we'll be able to start groundbreaking for that project as well. The Fire Station 31, that one's completed and designed. We are in permitting on that. Once we kind of get the permitting completed, then we'll reprice that project, and we're looking to be able to do a groundbreaking on that as well. Also, we just got to come into this group for 911 Center for the construction on that project. That one is also in permitting, waiting for, we're very close to getting that approved in DeKalb County. The contractors are on board, the design team. We actually started some preliminary administrative services so we can start taking advantages of the long lead items that we need to have. And so that project is actually tracking also to be able to have a groundbreaking this year. So City of Opportunity for All. One of the things that we've been doing is just kind of supporting other departments in here, ATO, DOT projects, working with them on about 215 pending parcel acquisitions with my real estate team. We work with them on religiously. We also do some training with them so that everybody understands the dynamics of what it takes to make those things happen. Also in the real estate division, we've generated approximately $3 million a day on revenue. This is based upon leases, easement, right-of-ways, and things on that line. And so we continue to manage those pieces and keep those contracts up to date to make sure that we're capturing the benefits of that. We talk about the effective and ethical government. This is just a way that we wanted to increase our management controls over our contracts that we have. When we sit down and write a contract and go through this process, we want to make sure that we're very deliberate and very definitive based upon the services and things that we're required to do. This allows us to be in alignment with the contractor to be able to make those things happen. One of the things that's critical for us to be able to do that, as we just heard from the previous presentation from Law, is that we want to do all of this on the front end. And so as we talk about being able to go through and put all these projects together, we talk about our highlights. The highlights for us is, as the mayor talks about, this being a group project. Every project that we do and the success that we have is based upon pretty much all of the departments within the city of Atlanta. So we deal with law, we deal with DOP, we deal with DPR, we deal with planning, we deal with public works, we deal with watershed, and then at the end of the day, then we come and deal with you guys. And I just want to say thank you at this point to everyone, because the success that we have is also based upon the support that you guys provide to us as relates to when we come to you guys and we bring our projects set forward. You ask the right questions, you're making sure that we're covering the bases upon here, but your support has always been very critical in the success that we have. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you to the team. Next slide. So City Build for the Future, so it's important things. I mean, we just want to be having an ongoing thing as relates to the EV chargers, the solar panels, continue working with sustainability office and be able to do those things that kind of help the city move in that direction. What we've been doing to also make sure that we're in alignment with ethical and effective city is updating and creating, in some cases, the SOPs, and to make sure that we all in alignment and that we're doing the things that we need to do. Because the more that we can do on those pieces at that level, it actually keeps the city functioning a lot more level without going beyond those pieces. The next thing that I'm excited about is that now we get ready to implement the next phase of our Maximo system. Maximo is what we use it for right now is our tracking tool to be able to track all of the calls that we get, be able to schedule PMs that we need to have. This efficiency allows us to be a lot more proactive on the front end, minimizing the things that we have on the back end. So it does help us to reduce downtime and things on that line. And so it allows us to be able to schedule those things in advance to be able to cover the stuff that we need to have. In the process of doing this, Billy and his team is able to schedule PMs on a regular basis, and then there are some things that actually require a little bit more downtime, and that's when we have been utilizing the end of the year where we would come into the city hall and shut the facility down, and because there's some case where we got to break down equipment and things like that to be able to make sure that we doesn't have the downtime throughout the year. That has shown to prove to be very successful. We do have less downtimes and things on that line. Also, what that goes along with that piece of it is it helps Bill and his team to have an early focus upon what takes place. Earlier this year, we had a period where in Committee Room 1, the fan card system that was actually cooling that space, the bearings started going bad. In the past, the bearings would go bad and the system would drop down, and then we actually would be out of, we couldn't use the committee room for a couple of weeks while we got the parts replacement. But what Bill and his team has been able to do is that when we get these type of notices, the awareness that takes place, and so when we realized what was taking place with the bearing going bad, Bill and his team was able to go out and actually research the system, buy the parts that we needed, schedule a shutdown when nobody was in the space, get the system back up and running, and actually continue to operate, and you guys never know what was going on. And so there's least amount of impact based upon being able to have these pieces in place, and this is what Maximo allows us to be able to do, is to track those things in the right way. And so as we talked about, and I've mentioned before that we anticipate having groundbreakings this year for 911, EMS 41, as well as Fire Station 31. Once we do that, that will complete all of our major building construction for the Moving Atlanta Forward project. Very excited about the success of that piece, and so as we move forward and anticipate there will be a next capital project to where as we add some more fire stations and some other things. This is to show and allow everybody to let them know that we can actually make these things happen. And our team has been very excited about that. As I mentioned before, when we had a few retirements and some people to leave, the design team and the people sitting at this table, I actually was able to step up, including myself, to go out now. I make site visits. I go out on the project job sites to make sure things is going. So the team has actually been able to kind of fill the gap to make sure that everything is working the way that it's designed to work. Next sheet. So position count by fund. As you can see here, we got 82 positions filled. Those numbers kind of fluctuate right now. It's probably a little bit more than that. We've been showing 22 vacancies. Out of those 22, 12 of those have actually been abolished. So we actually just have 10 vacancies, and like I say, some of those are actually in the process of being interviewed for and getting filled. So so there we looking good there. We don't have any major issues at that point. So finally, on our proposed budget from the general fund, as you can see, our numbers continue to drop, but it's dropping based upon some strategic things that we're doing. And so this is not having any impact upon our operational service. It's really just based upon some of the things that I mentioned before as relates to us being able to respond and do the things and our management approach and how we go about doing stuff. As we talk about within the team, as I share with finance and other people, I don't know how to fix anything. So when we come in here and we do this project, we fix things right. We try to do that the first time. So we're not throwing bad money out the window. And so by doing this, it does help us to be able to get much more better extended life out of our equipment. We're able to deal with these things and address the stuff in the right way. In addition to that, we've been able to combine some positions into taking two positions, combining them into one because of the service levels and what they're able to do. And so we're seeing, and as a result of that, we can see some of the deficiencies. This is also based upon us taking advantage of being able to use some of the Moving Atlanta Forward funding to be able to hire staff to do some things. And so we're taking advantage of that, which is starting to help show what the reduction look like. And so based upon the things that we have here, we feel very confident and very good in the spot to where we are. The things that we see here, this is not necessarily a surprise to us. This is just based upon some of the direction and the focus that we've been having. So with that, that kind of ends my presentation. So if you guys have any questions, I'm more than happy to address them.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Davis, for that overview of your proposed budget. We're going to start with questions from council members and start with Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Good to see you as always. I have not served on the committee of purview in several years, so apologies if some of these questions come from a place of ignorance, but want to make sure I have all the information. One of the just sort of org chart related questions that I had was our office gets reached out to pretty regularly to figure out ways in which either nonprofit organizations or other jurisdictions or government organizations can partner with the city of Atlanta to do events or to even lease city-owned properties for their operational needs. And I never really know who to forward those folks to. So as an example, with the property that we own, I forgot the address, but it's off of Ted Turner. I got a chance to tour with Mayor Mitch Landry a couple of years ago, all the solar panels on the rooftop there. There was a new jazz bar or restaurant or something coming in. They wanted to lease city property too. And it's like, well, I don't know who the best point of contact is for that connection, but similarly, I've had folks reach out. Welcome House, for instance, was interested in partnering with the city to, they wanted to expand their footprint on city-owned property, parking lot, and as part of that development, build new parking that city would have access to, but would needed to have an agreement to make that happen. I know your inbox is flooded, so I don't want to go to you directly, but who should I be connecting these folks with whenever there's an opportunity like that?
So I was going to say just that, I mean, because, you know, I don't have a problem with getting copies up on those, but you're right, my box does get full. So, but that would be my director of real estate, which is Cheryl.
Okay. I will. And I think we've been in contact as well about Dunbar Neighborhood Center. The VA, we did an event last year at Dunbar Neighborhood Center, and they're looking at doing another event. I think we're going with a different location this time around, but as those opportunities come up, I want to make sure we can be as communicative as possible. Speaking of Dunbar Neighborhood Center, I know with Atlanta Public Schools, with their school repurposing plan, Dunbar Elementary School is being repurposed, and they're still figuring out what the utilization of that. I've already socialized this with Chief of Staff English and others within the administration, but we'll love to, at some point, to have a comprehensive conversation with city staff and APS staff about that larger complex. We're recognizing Dunbar Neighborhood Center and Dunbar Elementary School, we share that space for the most part, and I think having a more intentional sort of community center opportunity as we think about future T-SPLOST and infrastructure bond and future construction projects to make sure that those interests are aligned, recognizing that it won't serve as a K-5 elementary school anymore. But just, that's a comment, but want to have that conversation with Dean so I know kind of what conversations I'm socializing with the administration. I do have a question about with some of the, I don't know if this is considered a capital project, but you know, there's a few young dads that are part of this body. And thankfully, both my kids are potty trained now, but as a young dad city council member, it's sometimes disappointing when I go into a public bathroom to try to change my youngest and there's no changing table. And I'm curious, have y'all done an evaluation of city facilities that are accessible to the public and the sort of amenities are available in those facilities? As we think about the Atlanta for All sort of initiative, making sure that both in men's rooms, women's rooms, and otherwise that we can make it easier for families to access city facilities.
Yeah, to answer your question, yeah, we have, and so that's one of the reasons, as I mentioned, about us being able to go in and start doing some of the upgrades to the existing facilities within City Hall, and part of that reason is to go in there and so that we can actually add those. So we're looking at what that looked like, and so the discussion that has taken place as relates to the public aspect of it, where we have what we call gender neutral family restrooms. We put those in there because it allows both sides to be able to do that. With the lactation room, of course, they relieve some of the pressure because the women can go into those facilities and do that as well. But it does allow that opportunity because based upon just the current space that we have within the city facilities, so that's why we can actually put those into the gender neutral, which we actually have on multiple floors throughout the city.
And I've seen those, and I think those have been amazing. My thinking was with the men's rooms that typically, historically, there haven't been changing facilities, and also retrofitting those to also include those as part of men's rooms as well.
Yeah.
And if y'all have a timeline on when that retrofit work is expected to be completed, I would love that.
So we actually we're going to be starting on the men's and the gender neutral restrooms in 2 weeks.
Okay.
And so we'll do the ones right now on the first floor. That's where we started at, and then we'll continue as relates to that as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. My next question is with regards to city-owned properties that are not public right-of-way, not parks. When it comes to maintenance of those properties, so if there's a vacant lot that the City of Atlanta owns, it's not in the parks inventory, who maintains like the overgrowth and all those? Is that a deem function, or is that something that is coordinated with Public Works?
So it's a combination, but having conversation with the team, we're going to initiate the ownership of that. And so those are some of the things we're actually going to be looking and kind of incorporate, but also working with DPW in those areas, and then to kind of figure out. And so that is one of the focal points that we do want to kind of have a little bit better oversight, so that, to your point, it's not one of those who's responsible or not, but to be able to establish what they look like. So we started talking about that. We're actually going to be initiating the ownership of that piece, and then to see where that goes.
Okay. So, and as a sidebar, I'll follow up. Do you have a couple of parcels that, like I said, are owned by the City of Atlanta? One has been fenced off, which I think has made it challenging for the maintenance of that lot to take place in the way at with the intervals that we needed. So it's very overgrown. And then similarly, as part of the city's acquisition work related to 405 Cooper, with the new rapid housing project up there, we've seen some of our homeless encampments start to repopulate in that area. And while we're doing ongoing work with Partners for Home and in-town carriers to get those folks out of those encampments and into housing, we still need to secure those properties that the city has control over. So whether it's erecting fences or whether it's cleaning up the detritus and the debris that's over there, but we'll love to coordinate with you and your team to make sure we have a plan to make sure that happens.
No problem.
And I'll share with those after the meeting. My last question is just out of curiosity: when we sell or lease city-owned assets, where do those funds go? Those revenues? Does it go into an enterprise fund? Does it go into a trust fund? Does it go back into the general fund? But where do those funds sit when we sell or lease city properties? Whether it's parking revenue, whether it's when people reserve the atrium.
It is based on whether it is a neighborhood center. Neighborhood centers, 50% goes into the general fund and 50% goes into a trust fund. Some of the others, and I will pass it on to Procedure Alexander, they may go into the general fund.
That is correct.
And is that true for if you sell a city property as well? It goes back into the general fund?
It does.
Okay, thank you. That's it. And like I said, I'll follow back up. Like I said, I haven't started on FEC in a while, so I'll make sure I ask questions more regularly so I don't have to take up time during budget hearings. But Mr. Chair, I yield. And Council President, I was going to tease her about the committees I serve on, but we'll cross that bridge later this year. So I'll talk to y'all later. Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for the presentation and your team. You talked about some of the new up-and-coming fire stations. When we cut the ribbon on Fire Station 22, I don't remember, over a year ago at least, there were some outstanding items, and at least I have not heard that those have been handled. The slide, the need for some secure fencing around their outside kitchen area. Where is that?
So where are we at with the design? Did we finalize that?
Well, we finalized the design on the slide, and we're now evaluating costing on that, but everything else has been completed.
And where does that money come from? Is that money budgeted in this FY27 budget?
We had money budgeted for that. So we'll still come to you because as I mentioned before, we were trying to get the current contractor, get them done, and then we was going to come back and do that. So the funding is there. It's just a matter, we do have to come back once we select the contractor to do the work.
Okay. On the maintenance of, well, not just fire stations, but all city facilities, but I'll concentrate on fire stations. I believe that is now under Dean's responsibility, and you all contract that out. Is that correct?
For the maintenance of them, so it depends. But no, wait.
Or like the landscape maintenance.
Oh, so the landscape piece upon it, yeah. So it's kind of the same thing with fire and the APD. So in having a conversation, and sometimes APD would take on that responsibility, and sometimes they'll need some support. So that's why I say we really, in order to kind of have some consistency, we're probably going to look at really trying to pull that back and just kind of take lead up on it so we can make sure we're really going to have the coverage that we need to have.
But that is Dean's responsibility now.
Yeah.
That landscaping maintenance contract.
Yeah, I'm going to take it. That's what I'm saying. Because and the reason I say I'm going to take it, like I said again, because it's just the inconsistencies of what's what.
Yeah, and I bring that up because at least historically, I'll use Station 28, for example. Station 28 was built 13 years ago, opened 13 years ago. The grass gets cut, that's about it. That's all I did in my house. I'd probably be divorced. You have to upkeep the maintenance or upkeep the rest of the landscaping. You have to trim, you have to plant flowers, you have to make things look presentable and look like they belong in the city of Atlanta. So I hope that's something that this budget can account for, and that you Deem and whoever that contractor is can start to spruce up these fire stations that, weren't built that long ago, but look pretty rough, and not just the landscaping maintenance, but, getting them pressure washed, just keeping things like they should be.
Right.
Why were there so many delays in the Zone 1 precinct?
In Zone 1
renovation?
precinct? So it was, we go back to one of the things that talked about with the accountability with the contractor, and contractor came in, did some things, the work was not acceptable, so we had him to come back and continue to work on and do some things there. So what happens is that when we're having that type of conversation with them and getting them to come back and redo things, if we find out that there was something that we talked about and they kind of covered it up, and so what happened when that happens, just like what we are experiencing now with Zone 1, some of the things that they didn't do properly, it comes back up. And so when we identify those things, and in some cases the contractor actually has to go back and undo some of the work that they did. So and we had a gap in there at one point with personnel and the PMs that we had up on there. And so when that happened, we did have to transition to a different PM. And so that's why you're starting to see a little bit more action up on there. But that was one of the reasons what caused that.
Okay. I believe in the past few years there's been a push to go back to having more services done in-house, especially when it comes to maintenance, electrical, plumbing, HVAC, perhaps gas. Where are we with that now, and what does this budget do to enhance that?
So we continue to make those. So part of that is also having the tools and equipment that we can have, but then it's a place to be able to have storage and be able to house those type of equipment. Excuse me. And so And right now we don't have the storage facility that we have. So those things that we actually can do, we continue to do in house, and where we need that outside support, we'll continue to utilize that. But we are still, just like I mentioned before, with the HBC stuff and with things equipment along that line, you're seeing we're doing more and more of those type of activities in house. Than what we used to do, but depend upon sometime. Unfortunately, we don't. We'll see a pattern to whereas we'll go and we have no issues for a minute, and then all of a sudden, in 1 week, we may have 4 or 5 incidents that take place that just kind of pour down upon the staff. And so, in things like that, in order to get a quicker turnaround, we will bring in outside sources to kind of help. But where we're able to schedule those type of events and maintenance pieces of it, we are starting to do more of that in house.
Where is your team? We heard a lot about fire stations, and I brought this up before in quarterlies and considering other legislation. The city spends way too much money building fire stations, $16+ million, when I can get in my car and drive 10 minutes and be to a municipality or a county that builds basically the same 3-bay fire station, bunk rooms, restrooms, et cetera, for half or even less than half of that cost. Where is your team with evaluating that in hopes of saving our taxpayers money?
So, as we talked before, a lot of times, not knowing what their scope of work and things on that line, I will say 2 things. One is that when we complete our fire stations are move-in ready. So a lot of those stations, when we go back and actually just pull the construction costs, our numbers are actually right in line with that. When I say construction ready, I mean, so we have, we got the data stuff that goes on those pieces up in here. One of the things I talk about as relates to, for example, the EV chargers. That's not a requirement in Cobb County and other places. That's a requirement for the city of Atlanta. So we have to install those pieces as relate to that. The solar system, the solar panels and things like that. Again, those are not requirements, and those things are added. When we do the LEED silver, which is a requirement that the city of Atlanta has, these other counties and things like that, they don't have those type of requirements as relates to that. So, and the same thing with the tree ordinance and things like that. So these are added costs that we have to deal with, and that's okay. But the other half of that is that, a lot of our fire stations right now, the average age is around 52, 53 years old. We're building stations that actually will last and have less amount of maintenance as relates to that. And I'll give you a prime example. We fit out all of our fire stations with stainless steel kitchenware. What we've seen in the past is that when we have the wood and things on that line, it doesn't last. I mean, we go in there, we replace wood cabinets and stuff, and you can see some of the ones that's existing. We haven't done anything. Those things don't last, and so we have to come in and do multiple renovation things on that line. So the idea that what we do now with the CMU walls, we don't do gyp wall in stations. Those don't last. Gyp wall, we don't put the floorings up on the stations. So you can go into a fire station that we'll be building today, 5 years from now, you go in there with a water hose and spray it down, and you look like a new fire station. So we're building stations to actually last longer. And so what you see, because yes, it's cheaper to use drywall in the fire stations, but that I can tell you right now doesn't last. When we did drywall in Zone 3, within 6 months, we had to go out there and we was patching holes and things on the line. These are operational and function buildings, and so we tried to build them and design them accordingly. So when the firefighter comes back from fighting the fire, with rocks and all this stuff and his boots and things on the line, they're not looking to try to make sure that they don't damage a facility. And it's not that it's an intentional act. It's just that when I got rocks in my boot and I'm walking across the carpeted floor, finished floor, I'm going to leave score marks where right now we polish the concrete floors. So we build these stations to handle the type of activities that take place in there. So when we started doing those things, and like I said, again, moving ready, these are equipped with all of the furniture. So they got the bedrooms, the bunk rooms, and all that stuff is there. You got the kitchen table, you got the day room, you got all of the things that they actually need. So when they move into a station, they drive down, they get a call, the WestNet system is set up, everything that's required for them to be able to operate that station. When they move into our station, it's ready.
I can certainly see that adding a few $1 million, but I'm still not convinced that more than doubles the price of a fire station. The one thing that you mentioned that does make my blood boil a little bit, which me and Councilmember Overstreet tried to fix last term, then Councilmember Overstreet, now President Overstreet, was that tree ordinance. Our own city departments, you all, Watershed, ATL DOT, should not be shuffling money around between city departments because we are building new city facilities. So, yeah, you can just shake your head. So that is something that I will continue to push and work for, because if you tell the state or Georgia Power that, I'm not going to show you what they would give you.
Yeah, and I would say, it's actually with the change. I mean, it's actually has gotten better, but those are just some of the things sometimes that would add to the cost.
Yeah. Lastly, is I want to know how much Deem spent on the state-of-the-art HVAC system in the council chamber, or the council offices, because I've been complaining, as my colleagues, for the past 4 days about 75 to 80 degree offices, and they have not come down. I got here today, it was 75. I went back just to double check to make sure I wasn't going to be telling a story right before your presentation. That was when I was about a minute or two late. 75 in my office. How much was spent, and why can that system not do what it needs to do?
Okay, I will have to get the total number that was actually spent upon the work over there, but Billy can fill you in up on it. But I do know that we lost control activities about a week or so ago because of some aim issues up in there, which has allowed us to be able to not have the control that we normally would have. So can you give us an update upon that?
Yep. So I actually went myself yesterday to look at it to try to resolve the problem. And the biggest issue that we have right now is the connectivity to the control system. So just before this meeting, I got notification that we were back, that we could access our servers, and that we were back able to make control of it. So when you guys get out of here, hopefully we'll be back to where we should be.
We will certainly let you know. Thank you, Commissioner, and your team, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have questions from Councilmember Amos.
Thank you. I'm taking the time to look out into the audience, and I see a lot of familiar faces that, as you telling us thank you, I just want to tell you and your whole team thank you. I've been one of the ones complaining about the heat and the air, and they have always been responsive. They do something, and then they come up to make sure it's done. Then it's funny because somebody else will come up and make sure it's done too. But I understand what Councilwoman colleague is saying, that we should not have to have your guys and ladies running all over the building when it should be as the system you expected to get. You can hit a button. Only question I have, and Councilmember Hill has hit on a little bit. Yesterday, Chief of Police talked about the renovations at Zone 1, and I asked whose budget it'll be in. I don't see it printed in your budget, and he said it'll be in your budget. So I'm just trying to get clarification on the renovations of Zone 1.
So 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 when we get calls and things along that line for the facilities, we will go out and address and see what's going on. And so we do cover those day-to-day operational pieces that take place. And if there is, and then when there are cases like what we had in zone 1, actually there was actually a project that we was doing over there, and so we was having some additional issues I explained earlier. And so what we we are seeing a little bit of that where we're experiencing a shift in our approach to things as relates to quality control. And dealing with the contractors and accountability piece, and so in the process of doing that, we're going to have a little bit more. When I say back and forth, not so much per se with dealing with the contract, but their expectation, what it is that the services that they're going to walk away from. But as it relates to the maintenance stuff and things like that, when we get a call, we go out there and we service the equipment like we do City Hall anywhere else.
Didn't I ask the specific question, and I left with the assumption, which I should not have, so I'm going to ask now. Should we expect a full renovation of Zone 1 or just maintenance of Zone 1 precinct?
So the renovation of Zone, that's a different type of budget piece, and so that has to be financed a different way. And so the budget that we, so the renovation that the one that we just did, that actually came from a bond premium process. That was not a maintenance, part of our general fund maintenance piece upon it. So it's two different funding pieces when we do that.
And then just looking into the future, Fire Station 16, it's time for a rehab. I know it's some historical things we have to do there, so I'm willing to start the historical conversation now. So when we finally get to FY, hopefully 27, 28, we'll be able to put some money in the budget to do it. So just let me know what we need to do.
So, yeah, so Maurice will reach out to you, him and his team, and talk with you and to see what those dynamics are. And then from there, like I said, again, we can start incorporating those and actually start pricing just depending upon what it is that you.
All right, thank you. Are you, Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Councilmember Worthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, team. It should surprise no one in this room that my predecessor, Mr. Shook, admonished me to keep my mouth shut and ask questions only about the budget. And I am going to, this is more of a comment, but it's related to the budget. The EMS 41 station on Piedmont, deeply important to me, deeply important to that community. Not only is it vital for the One Safe City pillar, but it is also very, very important reinvestment in a neighborhood that desperately needs it. So anything that you need from my office or with my help, we stand ready because we're very, very excited. And I was really excited to see that on the slide. So just more of a comment than a question. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Collins.
Sorry. Thank you all so much for this presentation. For me, it's just extremely informative just to understand the depth of the Dean team, but also just want to thank your team just for the responsiveness and making sure that, my office and everyone on my, just really being very supportive and supporting the community requests that we receive. And is it Tamika and a few others? Just want to thank everybody for that. The questions that I just have in terms of understanding, and some may defer to finance. Excuse me. So on page 446 of our budget book, you have your performance metrics listed. And I know your target in terms of lease revenue, in-house design savings, dispositions. Just curious, is that all of the revenue that we're actually bringing in on the Dean side for lease revenue is $2 million a year? Dispositions is only $3 million a year. Is that accurate? Oh, and if so, I will. So if so, if you give us more detail on what that looks like, just because of the conversation in terms of disposing property, selling, leasing. I mean, the city is, one of the largest landowners in the, of course, in the city. So just curious in terms of that, those numbers seem pretty low.
The numbers. We can give you a detailed list of where the revenue is coming from. Mm-hmm. It comes from the apartments that we have at City Plaza, as well as Live Nation, CineSpace, which leases the grounds that we own out there at the amphitheater. Mm-hmm. And so sometimes it fluctuates based on the activities that they have, events and everything. We do have a lump sum that comes from certain tenants that we have, and that comes at the end of the year. So we don't capture that until the end of the fiscal year or end of the calendar year for them.
Thank you for that. So this revenue, these revenue sources, these funds go back into the general fund as well, or are you all or is Dean able to repurpose them, or is that capital flow that goes back to the actual department versus to general fund?
That is going back to the general fund.
Okay. And then as we're kind of getting some information, where can we find the list of capital projects that we have that are either underway or in the hopper, so we just have a better understanding of all of just kind of all of our real estate and what those pieces look like? Is that available
Yeah, so there is a Moving Atlanta Forward dashboard that captures all of, but those are all of the projects that are part of the Moving Atlanta Forward project.
Right.
So some of the renovation pieces that we do, which part of the capital, and so we can provide you with that list and what that look like.
So so just to be clear, on the Move Atlanta Forward website, the 25 capital projects that's listed here will be are the same as the 20 are the same as the capital projects that we can find on the website.
Yeah, so right. So like I said, yeah, so the ones the ones that I've mentioned here are part of the Moving Atlanta Forward.
Okay.
And so all of those will be on the dashboard for Moving Atlanta Forward.
Great. Thank you. And this is just a general question for finance, just to be, as we are moving through the department presentations. Madam Deputy CFO, so all of the revenue, where can we find in the budget all of the kind of the line item of the revenue captured in all of these spaces that are not tied to one of the, our general fund or the enterprise fund? Where can we find that number?
We do have a breakout in the front of the book that will categorize all the revenues that we have by the funds. And we can share that page and give you additional information if you need more information. But I also wanted to share about the capital projects. Currently, the capital projects that we have are in the back of the book. So we do have the capital projects such as Moving Atlanta Forward and all the different capital projects that we have. They are in the back section of the budget book, indicated under capital project status summaries. And that will start on page 503.
Right. So my question, I was looking at that. So it doesn't tell us specifically what those projects are, and it's just helped us be able to communicate that to the community at large. And so if you look on page 507, it has, and now if this is the right one, it has, E911 Renewal Extension Fund, 1.6, T-Splash Capital Project Fund, 48 million, West Side TAD Fund, 139.5 million. So it doesn't just give the specifics of it. That just helps us. The reason why I was asking for like the more detailed list of where we can access it, and it sounds like we can do that on the website. It just allows us to be able to communicate to the community at large, like this is where your money is actually, this is where the funds and and money is actually going. So that's why I was, that was the detail of my question on that end. So, we can do that. And I think that's pretty much all the questions that I have. I do just want to uplift, like this is one of the, if not the first department presentation we had where 100% of the funds come from the general fund. It's not enough, you're not tied to the airport revenue or any other. So I do think on our end, just kind of being mindful of that as we think about like some of those savings, but also understand and make sure they have what they need to feel supported, knowing that 100% of their budget is from our general. So with that, Mr. Chair, I yield. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My questions are very, very brief. I just want, and I may have missed this, I had to step out and take a call for a moment. Just want to get an update on the Zone 4 rebuild, as well as John A. White's new senior facility. That is all. And I see my predecessor sitting over there. She may have asked it already, but I'm so sorry if I missed it.
So you want to know the status of Zone 4?
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, we're in construction now. I mean, we been pouring for the last 2 weeks foundation, coming up with the structure, and steel has been ordered. They working on, like I said, getting the site prepped and being able to get those things moving like they're supposed to. You'll start seeing more and more vertical pieces come to play. What they're doing now is getting the building pad ready. So with that piece going into place, then they'll come in and do their underground support, which is your utility lines as related to your plumbing, sewer, electrical, and then those things will take place. Then they'll come back and then they'll pour the floor, and then you start seeing more of the vertical piece go up.
Fantastic, because I get them back to District 11 as soon as possible, and out of 4. A little shot at my colleague over there. The other thing is the John A. White facility. Is there an update on you? I don't know if you all are managing that, though. I think
no. So John A. White, that's by DPR.
That's right. Okay. Well, they're coming later today, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. And then lastly, I just wanted to see if we can unpack the FTE number, the big reduction, 52 that we see on our budget books. You know, you had it kind of low in FY24, then we went up to 156 and stayed there for a couple of years. So just want to know if you can unpack that a little bit, making sure that these impacts don't, you know, don't hurt us in terms of being able to maintain our facilities going forward.
So so as relates to the salaries and things like that, like I said, again, the pay and class study really made a real big difference in a lot of things what we was doing. And so we have, I mean, we've lost some positions. I mean, we've lost some staff members due to them getting a higher salary. But that's typically going to be in more of your skill set. So that's related around the HVAC techs. But that's in the market that we have today. That's not unusual. You see that those salaries are not sustainable, but at the time they are, and they're attractive. And so, but where we are right now with the new pay class study and things on the line, that has really made a huge difference in what it is that we're doing. We continue to hire people. I mean, you know, they'll come and like I said again, so has not been a problem. It's just that, you know, some people do see an opportunity and you know, they'll take advantage of it.
Okay, so it's more level setting than anything else.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. And lastly, I'll just say that I was glad to hear that we will be having baby changing stations coming in soon. I actually sponsored legislation in 23 when I had my 1-year-old who will be 4 in a couple of months. So unfortunately, I mean, a couple of weeks. So I won't actually be able to utilize it, but I'm glad other city employees will.
Yeah, so you know, that was one of those things that we did talk about that, you know, a few years ago, and what did that look like? And I think the original request that came through, and that was for every facility within the city, and that wasn't feasible. So so there's a few questions, but now based upon what it is that we're doing, the team has been doing some research to make sure we get the right type of system that fits into, and like I said again, and trying to put those into it. You know, we can fold the tables and do different things, but we just want to do it the right way to make sure, like I said again, that those are sustainable as it relates to that. But you're starting to see that now.
All right. Council President.
Yeah, I'm back to the air conditioning system. Just right quick. So you all are saying that you're going to be able to control it. Are we going to be able to control those ourselves in our office?
The short answer, yes. we will give you guys the controls of that, and but they'll have parameters upon that. But we will give you all control. And,
okay.
and one of the reasons why, you know, that project came about is because, you know, and we understand that, for example, you know, Hillis could want it at 68, and Mary could want it at 82, and so and so, you know, and the way that the system was before that, it was zoned.
That's
and
right.
So the intent here was to be able to give you all the individual controls so we can do that, but we had to make sure that the system actually is responding, and we did, like I said again, we lost the connectivity with Ames doing some different things, and so those are now coming back up on board. So you should see a lot better access to that, but we will, once we kind of get things stabilized, then we will get the controls upon that so you guys can actually monitor it yourselves.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate, you know, you all going over this proposed budget, and I'm sure we'll continue to have conversations going forward. So everyone, we're going to quickly transition over to our next presentation, which is the Department of Watershed Management. We do realize that we are a little over time, so we will probably end up bumping some of the afternoon sessions back a little bit, just to make sure that we give Watershed ample opportunity to be able to go over their budget.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Management. We'll welcome Commissioner Irely and allow you to introduce your team and get started.
Thank you, Council. We declared a drought 10 days ago, and it has rained 6 times in every 24-hour period since we declared a drought, which leads me to believe that we should have declared a drought sooner and we wouldn't be in a drought. I'll let you think on that. So good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, soon to be afternoon. We're here to talk about our budget moving forward for the next fiscal year and also talk about a number of initiatives and directions that we are taking here in Watershed. Our primary functions are listed below, and that's to provide safe drinking water, deliver effective customer service, collect and treat wastewater to meet state and federal requirements, and maintain, repair, replace water infrastructure, and protect our urban waterways to reduce flooding. Before we leave this slide, I just want to point out that for nearly 3 decades, the city has been under a federal consent decree for sanitary sewer overflows and combined sewer overflows. And so if you look at these primary functions that are listed on this page here, collect and treat wastewater. Collect wastewater is what we've spent the majority of our money on for the past several decades. So just something to keep in mind as we move forward in the next couple of decades, or where we need to invest in. Want to talk about Rocket. I talked about it briefly last week at CUC. This is a coming initiative within Watershed that is aimed at helping our culture within our work environment and also how we treat and interact with the public. But the most important thing is how we treat each other at work. And it's an expectation and value that I have to exhibit as the commissioner, all of us at this table, as well as our supervisors and our frontline employees. And Rocket stands for respect, ownership, communications, integrity, and teamwork. We'll be rolling Rocket out this next year. There'll be training, there'll be events, there'll be awareness. You'll see it in our presentations. I want it to permeate everything that we do, that we treat each other with respect. We own the problems and issues that we deal with at work. We communicate clearly and concisely. We have integrity at everything that we do, and we work as a team. So Rocket, you'll be hearing more about that. And I look forward to see the impacts on Watershed in the coming years. Our organizational chart, it has changed since I got here. It's the same organizational chart we had last year. We only have one box now, empty, without a name. We hope to rectify that in the next couple of weeks. So then we'll finally have a complete executive and management team to move forward in achieving our mission. Nothing gets done without the people of Watershed. I just wanted to share a few of our folks here that work behind the scenes. We're 24/7, 365. Regardless of the weather, we're there, keeping the city safe with drinking water and collecting wastewater and protecting the city from flooding. A little bit of an overview about Watershed. We are one of the 100 largest utilities in the United States. However, if you look at utilities run by a city government, I would bet that we're in the top 10, if not the top 5. I'll do a little more research on that, but I'm guessing we're certainly in the top 10. We do have 3 water treatment plants. We do share 50% of the Tom Low treatment plant. And we're responsible for 50% of the capital costs there. We have 16 major offices within Watershed. I pointed that out on the organizational chart. We have 1,582 full-time employees. We'll get into more detail on that with our head count in the next slide. Going down to the bottom, some important numbers to look at here. We do have a very large budget in $819 million. We'll go into more detail about where does that money go. Currently, we have $1.4 billion tied up in capital. Over half of that is tied up with the consent decree. So half of our capital budget is tied up with the wastewater consent decree. We can manage over $5 billion worth of assets, and we have a AA bond rating, which was just recently upgraded. So it's said that Watershed, we've heard, Watershed has lots of money. They're flush with cash. We do have lots of money. There is lots of cash. We have a lot of customers. We bill a lot of people. It takes a lot to keep this enterprise fund going. However, that money goes a lot of places very quickly, and you realize there isn't much money left. So the bulk of our money, almost 20% or over 20%, goes to personnel services, and then debt services. We're paying off what we have borrowed to build. Our contracted services also are a big portion of our budget. So there's always a balance between personnel services and contract services. There are some projects, both from a scope perspective as well as the type of equipment that's used or the training that's needed, that is best served by the private sector. And so we contract for some of those types of services. One thing I do want to point out is we do support the city in a number of other departments for services that we use or share. And we set aside right now $1 million for Care and Conserve. And our balance we currently have in Care and Conserve, I believe, is that $6 million?
That's correct.
$6 million. So we are looking for ways not only to expand Care and Conserve in the future, but certainly do a better job of how do we distribute that money and get it to those who need it for assistance. Capital investment needs. Again, the consent decree, we have remaining with the remaining projects of Sewer Group 5 and 6, we have $1.7 billion that is needed to complete those projects. Many of you may know, or certainly those on the CUC know, that we've been in talks with the EPA about reducing the scope of those projects that we believe, from a performance standpoint, that we have reached substantial completion of the consent decree. In the past 25 years, we have reduced sanitary sewer overflow volumes and combined sewer overflow volumes by 99%. And we believe the city has achieved everything we set out to do several decades ago under Mayor Shirley Franklin. And if we're able to just finish the projects that we're presently working on, that we will be able to reallocate approximately $700 million towards other capital needs. Also, we have completed the Army Corps study, and we are in the process of hiring a program manager that will help us implement the pipe replacement and long-term water resilience strategy. We've already identified $147 million worth of what we call no regrets projects that will help improve our water infrastructure and reduce the number of breaks and service interruptions. Smart meters, previously we called it AMI, but we're not calling it that anymore. We're smart meters. We are in the final phases of the pilot. We'll share a little bit more about that later in the presentation. That'll have a dramatic effect on our ability to not only collect our revenues. However, it will give the customer a lot more interaction with the utility, real-time information. We'll be able to detect leaks quickly, both in the system and at their property. And we'll talk more about how we're going to interface our customers in the future later in the presentation. One thing I do want to point out is that emergencies, it's listed there, we have it as $50 million. We don't know what that number is going to be. When we have an emergency, we go and we fix it. And so depending on what happens this next year, that number could be less, it could be more. Again, I want to point out to your left, the upper and the lower, what we're spending on drinking water versus what we're spending on the consent decree, and we're looking to rebalance that infrastructure investment moving forward. Our plan of operation, of course, you know, we are here to meet compliance, keep the public safe, both within the city and the additional 600,000 plus people we serve outside the city. We do serve 1.2 million people. We are looking at our critical functions. What is it that we spend our time working on? What assets need to be replaced? How do we interact with those assets? How do we improve the efficiency of those assets and our ability to automate and reduce the amount of staff time it takes to operate our facilities? In addition, our service delivery SLAs, we are looking at those one at a time. For example, last week at CUC, we highlighted our customer contact center and talked about our hold times and drop rates. So our hold times for our calls average over 16 minutes, and our drop rate is 40%. 40% of the people get tired of waiting and they drop off. We know that's not acceptable, and we're going to take active steps to remedy that. The customer contact center and how we interact with our customers is a combination of three things: process, technology, and people. We feel like we've optimized the process as far as we can take it. The technology piece, a lot of that is in place. We're working to improve some pieces of that are taking more time than we would like. And then the final is people, and we'll talk about people and a little bit later in the presentation of what we're doing there. Mentioned before, we are optimizing our debt portfolio and focus on collections. We do have a substantial number of dollars that are uncollected. We have worked to reduce our collection debt. Between 2010 and 2023, we did not perform shutoffs for non-payment. Since then, we started doing shutoffs in March of 2023, and we performed over 6,000 shutoffs since, and we've collected an additional $6 million of our uncollected debt, but we have far to go. We worked very hard on filling our open positions. We'll talk in more detail about that in a moment. Tightening our interview cycle. And we're looking to recruit and retain the next generation workforce. An example of that is taking some positions in our Office of Water Treatment that have been unfilled for quite some time and repurpose those positions to entry-level positions that we can hire somebody in off the street and train them to become a wastewater operator. And then strategic align our capital investments. I already talked about that earlier, about realigning our investment into our assets in a way that better aligns with the city's current needs and future needs. In addition, stormwater utility, we've touched on that in CUC. And also integrating technology and AI where we can. We are already actively talking to different companies about AI. Right now, some of our assets are at an age that their ability to integrate modern technology, it's just not there. It's old. They are old assets, old electronics, old communications, old gray infrastructure, mechanical infrastructure, electrical infrastructure. In order to implement new technologies with those infrastructures, they need to be replaced and modernized. Let's talk a little bit about our head count. I'm going to turn it over to Director Ransom.
Good afternoon. I'm Tennille Ransom, the HRBP Director for Watershed. So on this slide, you'll see Watershed's 15 offices and the total number of positions assigned to each office. I'd like to note that all of the positions are fully funded. And as of April 2026, we have a total of 1,582 authorized positions. When we include extra help positions, our workforce increases to 1,721 employees, bringing our fill rate to just over 83%. One of our key workforce objectives is to increase staffing levels and achieve a fill rate of at least 90%. Reaching this benchmark is critical because it will strengthen operational continuity across all divisions. It will reduce overtime dependency and employee fatigue. It'll improve emergency and severe weather response capability, and it also lower the risk of service disruptions and regulatory exposure. Currently, we have 284 vacancies. Approximately 52% of those vacancies are within operations, specifically the Office of Linear Infrastructure and the Office of Water Treatment and Reclamation. The remaining vacancies are distributed across the department's other offices. Many of our positions are difficult to fill due to the highly specialized nature of the work. Of course, the water, wastewater engineering and compliance roles, they often require state licensure or industry certifications or technical expertise. In addition to that, we continue to compete with municipalities and utilities that offer higher market wages for similar talent. Despite these challenges, we are actively implementing strategies to strengthen recruitment and workforce development. In FY26, we expanded our recruitment outreach efforts by participating in 5 career fairs and workforce development events. These included partnerships and engagements with the YMCA, Lincoln Tech, Showcase Atlanta at the Georgia World Congress Center, the Veterans Fair, as well as recruitment events hosted at the Epicenter. These events have allowed us to connect directly with job seekers and strengthen our pipeline for both entry-level and specialized positions. Another strategy includes repurposing positions to address operational priorities. For example, we are moving 12 vacant positions to the Office of Customer Care and Billing Services with plans to fill them out of class as customer resolution specialists. We're also expanding our trainee pipeline. The trainee role requires only a high school diploma or GED with no prior experience, making it one of the most accessible entry points into the department. So once hired, our trainees receive structured on-the-job training and classroom instruction to help them become certified operators. This approach creates a built-in career progression pathway for employees while helping us build a sustainable workforce for the future. To support these efforts, we have partnerships with professional training programs such as the Georgia Water and Wastewater Institute, Atlanta CDL training schools, and many others. Trainees are eligible for advancement to the next level after completing 6 months of experience, 40 hours of foundational training, and successfully passing the state certification exam. Thus far, we have hired 93 employees and counting. And our employees are essential to delivering reliable service to residents of Atlanta every day. We remain focused on creating a workforce that is skilled and supported and prepared to meet the future needs of the city. Here's the clicker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Williams, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Financial Administration for the Department of Watershed Management. I see new faces here that weren't here last year, and because of that, I'm going to give kind of just a high-level view of how we are organized, so it makes some sense. As you're probably aware, the Department of Watershed is an enterprise fund. As with all enterprise funds, the Office of Watershed Management is required to submit an annual budget that reflects a match between revenue and expenses, with any net excess revenues collected at the end of fiscal year defined as equity roll forward. We use that to fund our capital programs. Our organization is broken down into two parts. 5051, water and wastewater revenue funds derive revenue from water sewer services, plant operating charges, municipal option sales tax, and other operating revenues, and supports ongoing delivery, O&M, as well as financial debt obligations. 5052, water and wastewater renewal and extension fund derive revenue from interest earnings, tap and meter sales, a portion of the most, and equity transfer. This fund provides support for the department's capital improvement plan. 5052 also includes the Office of Linear Infrastructure Operations, Office of Engineering Services, and a small piece of financial administration. For clarity purposes, my remarks reflect both accounts, with detail included in the appendix and/or separate cover as requested. Slide 11 reflects flat year-over-year budget growth, or roughly 1% forecast reflective of our current forecast, run rates and assessments of current market conditions. So if you look at the chart, you'll see that we're almost dead on from last year, about $11 million change on $800 million total in budget. Slide 12 reflects water, sewer, municipal option sales tax revenues from fiscal year 2025 forward and graphically depicts the flat performance of these funding sources. These two categories alone account for over 88% of Watershed's funding sources and remain flat over the recent historical and budget forecast period. The remaining 12% of revenue forecasted is heavily dependent on market variability like interest rate income on cash, one-time benefits obtained by our Treasury organization that optimize our debt portfolio, and usage-sensitive billings derived from other intergovernmental billings for use of our infrastructure. As you'll see, everything on every chart is flat. If we look at slide 13, shows the impact of inflation on expenses. From a broad category perspective, Watershed continues to see significant year-over-year cost escalation in all areas from salary and benefits, equipment pricing, debt service, and contractor expenses. While other water systems have implemented index-based year-over-year pricing adjustments that have incorporated national economic performance, market indicators like the Consumer Price Index at roughly 2 to 3% per year, Watershed has not adjusted our rates since 2010. In fact, in benchmarking against other metropolitan areas, the comparable year-over-year construction escalation rate is more like 8 to 12% than that is reflected by the Consumer Price Index. Slide 14. DWM complies with the requirement to submit, as I said, a balanced revenue and expense budget every year. However, the pressure of escalating costs against a flat revenue stream has negatively impacted the equity roll forward that would be used to fund our growing list of capital projects. Slide 14 reflects the erosion of net revenues that have resulted from declines in income while we incur escalating costs. Treasury has been able to execute some great opportunities to take advantage of debt portfolio actions that caused our net revenues to escalate in 2022. But these actions were largely non-recurring, and events don't alter the overall trajectory of the revenue erosion and ultimately our equity roll forward. This next slide gives a graphical depiction of the gap between the gap between our revenue, our expense growth, and ultimately our equity roll forward. And it's significant. Again, as I reflect on 2022, the Office of Treasury was able to do some bond refunding, which really gave us a huge benefit. And they continue to be great allies to work with in terms of how we manage our debt portfolio. But if you look at the overall trend, our net revenues continue to cascade downward. Our next page is a depiction of the equity roll forward. And as you'll see, just in this year alone, we're going from 164 million down to an expectation of less than 100 million. That $50 million comes out of our capital capacity to execute. And it's which is why we're going to Wall Street to issue bonds and focus on collections and all the other levers that are available to us to generate cash. Areas of particular note, one is collections, not only for our outside customers, but from our partners in other jurisdictions. It's taken too long for them to pay. And even though there's been some turnover in both departments, we need to focus on that. In particular, we've got one cousin that owes us $24.7 million that we're seeking to get paid as soon as possible. In addition to that, we've added some outside firms to our collections organization, and we'll continue to do so. We've added 15 positions and are working with some external firms that charge us in a way that doesn't detract from our ultimate receivables. Many companies will want a percentage of your near-term receivables as the cost of doing business with them. We're fortunate to have found some people that are doing a great job. We've upgraded our standard operating procedures and we're starting to see a pickup in our collections, internal as well as intergovernmental. While a portion of the cost escalations have been absorbed by increases in revenues for most, it will not be enough to fund the escalating requirements and maintenance costs associated with growing capital needs. As it relates to our Care and Conserve program, as the Commissioner said, OFA is providing customer outreach that will allow customers and financial assistance on outstanding balances, education that supports minimizing usage, leak detection, and support for providing documentation that will help our constituents in reaping the benefits of the program. Many people have struggled to fill out the paperwork or have issues understanding what's required in order to receive that. As he mentioned, we do have $6 million in that fund and are actually actively seeking recipients to help folks with the aged receivable. With us not turning off people's water service for 13 years, you can imagine that the amount is huge and even more difficult to collect when the person that's on the account may not live there anymore. There are lots of issues. So we're taking an active role in standing that and increasing that capacity. In summary, DWM has taken a judicious approach to prioritizing our operations and maintenance capital planning that reflects available funding and strategic planning as we seek to address our most impactful expense and capital projects. At the same time, we're currently addressing the potential impacts to our rate and fee structure, as well as cost containment initiatives that will enhance our capital capacity. That concludes my thoughts.
Despite a number of challenges we have on the financial side, the utility continues to perform and not only serve the public, but receive recognition. Deputy Commissioner, would you like to share some of those?
Yes. Good afternoon. Quentin Fletcher, Deputy Commissioner for the Office of Water Treatment and Reclamation. And as the Commissioner mentioned, despite our many challenges, the department wanted to highlight a few awards that we received this year. The Association of Metropolitan Water Associations Agency was formed in 1981. We are founding members, and we received a Water Utility Management Award. Through the GAWP, Georgia Association of Water Professionals, we received 3 awards this year. For third consecutive years, we received a Platinum Award for the Water Distribution System of Excellence Award, a Platinum for the Hemphill Water Treatment, as well as a Platinum Award for the Chattahoochee Water Treatment. Chattahoochee is extremely excited this year. This is their first Platinum Award since 2016. That means that for the last 5 years, we have maintained 100% compliance, 0 violations, providing potable drinking water to the citizens of Atlanta at our 2 water treatment plants. We also received a water fluoridation quality award for maintaining our fluoride systems through the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. We also participate in the Partnership for Safe Drinking Water with the American Water Works Association. Projects this year, through the Design Build Institute of America, the Southeast region, we received 2 Design Build Team Awards for our repairs to the Niskey Lake Dam, as well as the Sugar Creek Basin Outfall and Trunk and Sewer Project, which is a consent decree project for Sewer Group 5 that we completed on time. We also received an award, a certificate of achievements for excellence in financial reporting. We want to definitely send kudos to the many women and men of the department that seek these awards, apply for them, and in some cases, the requirements are very stringent. So we want to highlight the Office of Financial Administration for working with the Government Finance Officer Association to receive an Achievement of Excellence Award.
Before we leave those awards, I just want to point out on these Platinum Water Awards, to get the number that we've received, we have to get 1.4 million tests right in a row. See, we got it right 1.4 million times in a row, and that is an amazing achievement. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Assistant Commissioner, talk a little bit about achievements.
Good afternoon. I am Hugh Smith, Assistant Commissioner, Operations, Department of Watershed Management. To further discuss or display the ability for the Department of Watershed to succeed in spite of, we want to highlight several achievements. We completed some upgrades at the Hemp Hill Pump Station that was adding new switchgear and generator power to make the facility more resilient as it relates to just normal downtime. We also improved our credit rating recently with Standard & Poor's. We went from a AA negative to A, which will also will pay dividends as we move forward into the bond market. We're very excited about that. The R.M. Clayton Water Reclamation Center also completed the round of, I think we had 9 conditions that we had to meet to meet the requirements of a recent consent order. We completed those as well. We also improved the resilience at our Chattahoochee Water Treatment Facility by replacing all of the finished water pump stations there. And we're in the process of upgrading our connectivity to the Flint River Pump Station there again, also to make the system more resilient. So these are key achievements, and we look forward to further improving the operations of our system.
Moving ahead, we talked about this a little bit last week at CUC. So a couple of these we've already talked about. Other things I want to point out is plant assessments. Those plant assessments have been completed. We're just now rolling the reports. I don't have numbers yet of what we're looking at as far as the investment needed in our plants, but that will be added to our resilience strategy for our water main replacements. I mentioned ADWAR as well. We're in the final stages of selecting the firm that's going to move forward with that. RM Clayton, we are in the process of doing improvements at RM Clayton to meet the consent order there. We'll be looking at additional revenue generation through our fee schedule. We do have a study completed. We'll be bringing that forward to the CUC in the coming meetings. I want to talk a little bit deeper dive on water meters and the STING project that we're working with Georgia Tech, and I'll turn that over to you, DCIO Rackley, to talk a little more in depth.
Good afternoon. I'm Daphne Rackley, Deputy Chief Information Officer, and it's a pleasure to be before you to talk about how we're using technology to advance the department. As you all are quite aware, technology is a major priority for the administration, and becoming a smart utility is a strategic focus area for the Department of Watershed Management. There are multiple initiatives, as the Commissioner spoke to, that are underway to ensure that we have effective water delivery to our customers. And the use of AMI, now we call smart meters, is one such a major program underway. Most of you all, or some of you all know that we have already initiated a smart meter pilot that consists of a little over 404 to be precise, smart meters that are already residing within our infrastructure. We're currently underway with evaluating those technologies, both on the hardware as well as the software side of it, and comparing total cost of ownership across those 4 different vendors that are participating. We should be ready to share the results of this pilot late July, early August timeframe. But one key advantage of the smart meters is really the ability to enable customers to interact with the utility and to monitor their water usage in near real-time status and data, transforming really how customers view and manage their use of water. But we know that it can transform it if we implement and communicate effectively. So to ensure that we maximize this opportunity and engage our customers appropriately, we collaborated with Georgia Tech's research institute called STING program. STING stands for Sparking Technology, Innovation, and Growth. Well, that program allowed us to work with a cohort of full-time researchers to iterate on and validate solutions to address 3 primary problems that we posed for them to look at. One problem was, how can smart meters be best deployed and utilized to significantly reduce residential and commercial water usage? Another problem we posed to them is, in what ways can smart meters be used to engage our customers, making them more aware and proactive in managing water consumption? And a third problem was, how can real-time information on water usage be made actionable and useful for customers? Well, over the course of about 10 weeks, the STING team met with DWM employees, the various AMI smart meter vendors, and both residential and commercial customers, although we focus more on residential customers, to identify major pain points and develop strategies to address each of those 3 problems that were posed to them. Well, as of last Friday, so hot off the press, we actually met with STING and they presented their solutions. Some were long-term, others were short-term solutions to those problems. And one such problem was really looking at our bill, looking to redesign the way our bill looks. And I think the commissioner has some examples of how we can do something right now to change the focus of how customers view water usage. Right now, we talk in CCFs, and most people don't talk in CCFs, they talk in gallons. So simple things like emphasizing gallons usage on the bill and reframing and laying out the way information is displayed. So they also mentioned a couple of other technologies too around mobile apps and the use of proactive text messages around water leaks, and we're working on those too from a long-term strategy. Thank you.
So I'm holding up an example of our present bill. So here's our present bill. See this? It's present bill.
Yes.
It's in CCF. We all talk in CCF. You have a hard time figuring out how much you owe, right? So they're like, hey, maybe look at your bill a little bit. So this is what they proposed our bill look like. So it's very clear how much you owe, right up front. Usage is in gallons, 3,100 gallons, rather than trying to guess how many CC, if is that 3 CCF or 2 CC. So just really simple, practical solutions that we can enact now. We don't necessarily have to wait on technology. So with that, we're going to thank you very much for listening to us. We're going to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Commissioner Ireland and team, for your overview of your proposed budget. We're going to kick questions off with CUC Chair Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Ireland and your team. I'll just start with just reiterating things we've talked about in the past, including at your quarterly last week. But this is really putting it to paper and really shows the concern that I have for watershed and getting these, and I'm glad they're in your plans, but getting these long delayed fee studies, the stormwater ordinance, hopefully, as I've stated and will say it again, done and implemented by the end of this year, not next year or not even this coming fiscal year, but the end of this calendar year. So I look forward to working with you all to get that fee study and the stormwater ordinance off the ground, and hopefully we can begin that process, at least through looking at some draft legislation within the next few months. And while it will be a conversation later on down the line, we've also not had a rate study in 14-ish years. So once the fee study gets done and the rate study, or excuse me, the stormwater ordinance gets done, we'll of course need to look at rates, unfortunately. I will say one place we could bring in some revenue is collecting not just from our ratepayers, but from these other local governments. So as I always ask, who are the top local governments that owe us money? And is number one still DeKalb County at $20+ million?
24.7.
24.7.
Yeah, I spoke to the director yesterday, and he has in legislation a payment for 24.8 million that's going to be coming.
Well, I will keep asking until I hear a much lower number. On the other issues that I bring up quite a bit, what in this budget will enhance you all's service and SLAs when it comes to hydrant repairs and restorations?
Yeah, filling an open position will have the number one impact. Second is really developing a finer ability to connect with, for example, restorations. In order to improve upon restorations, you have to have a way to track those and really do a better job at tracking restorations. So that's coming. You'll see a focused presentation like the one was last week. You'll see that coming in a coming feature CUC on hydrants and those type of restorations.
Okay. Speaking of the positions, and I'm glad to hear the plan and goals to bring it up from, I believe, around 82 up to 90. However, it states in the presentation or the budget book somewhere that you are funding your positions at 100%. So what is the reasoning behind that?
We're required to, by law, to fund 100%.
Yeah, I thought that was the case. And heard that before. That I know we just had your quarterly last week, so I've reiterated what I need to reiterate, and again look forward to working with you all on the fee study and the stormwater ordinance. But I will leave it at that and defer to my colleagues. Don't want to get in between anyone and lunch. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you. I'll be very, very brief. This is my first time meeting you, Commissioner Harley, so pleasure to meet you finally, and hopefully we can spend some time together. Besides his choice in SEC football teams, Deputy Commissioner Smith is okay with me. My questions are very, very quick. I need to know, there's a current kind of dispute going on with the city of Sandy Springs. I went down to GMA training, Councilmember Worthing and I, a few weeks ago, and the city of Sandy Springs just really, one of the council members reached out to me and said there's a dispute going on with infrastructure, upkeep, maintenance, and before it escalates any further, I just wanted to go on the record and say, can we please have a conversation with them and figure out what it is they're looking to do and accomplish so that we can move forward. I don't know if you all are aware of this. He called me this morning, and I was like, wow, I'm meeting with the team. So just wanted to put that in front of you. And you can certainly react if you'd like. If not, that's all I want to, I'll share with that. As we talk about, other municipalities owing us money, they feel like they need some attention up there. I'll put it like that. The other thing is, Commissioner Smith, Deputy Commissioner Smith worked with me on an issue around the commercial requirement for sewer, even when it's not feasible. And I want to make sure that we can, is there a legislative fix needed for that? Or I know that I know that in the part of my district that is sort of near the city limits, it was very rural back in the day when I was a kid, which is not that long ago. Some of there were pastures out there. And so as we think about this, thinking about the neighborhood reinvestment initiative that the mayor is pushing, I want to make sure that I think a lot of that's going to start to become more of an issue. And I think we need to develop a process for it. And so this may be a discussion we can have offline. Less a budget issue, more of an operational issue, but it can't become a budget issue because I think we're going to see more of these kinds of requests come forth as we develop that part of the city. And so I want to put that on your radar as well. But other than that, thank you for being here today. I'm looking forward to continuing to interface with you all as we build a better and stronger city. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Norwood, then Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. As we're moving forward with stormwater utility, which I really understand, I get it. But I think two things we need to say. Number one is we haven't changed their water bill. We have not changed their water fee in all of these years. I just think it's so important for people to just be aware. And then secondly, the idea of the 99%, and Commissioner, you talked about that last week, and that we are so close, and can we free up any of that money? And I think that's really important. And as council, we want to help it in any way we can, because that makes sense. If you're at 99.7%, and getting to 100% is A, pretty impossible, and B, doesn't have the return on investment. We know we've got issues that we want to get addressed in water and stormwater and wastewater. And the last thing I want to say is a compliment, because I don't know who sent the guys out yesterday, but it was on the news that they were cleaning storm drains and they were preparing for the huge rainfall last night. And I did not get any calls in my area saying it's backed up, I'm flooded. So thank the staff, those guys that got out there in the rain and really made that happen. So let me know how I can help.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Commissioner, I know we just had the presentation just last week, so I promise it's one question. There's a couple parts to it, but you can probably answer in one fell swoop. For the stormwater utility, when will the task force that's being established get stood up? Number two, who will be part of that task force? I know at least one member reached out to me wanting to talk about potential sort of things that I want to see included in those conversations. So I imagine there's been some outreach that's been ongoing with regards to that. And number three, what is the projection for revenue that we think could potentially come from this were it to be established? So yeah, that's it.
Task force is weeks away. We just got to go ahead and try to get it up and not necessarily have all those details of who's doing what, but we, I think, have a good representation. I'd be interested to know what other, outside representation we might need other than our council members, but we do have, I think, a diverse representation. And then what kind of revenues would we generate? That depends on what we set the rate at. The way it is currently, the study is written and the way we currently calculate is per square foot of impervious surface to the individual property. And at 4 cents per square foot, that would generate $36 million a year. We think we have about, or our study indicates we have about $200 million worth of needs a year. And in order to get above at least $100 million a year, we would have to set the rate closer to 12 cents. So where that rate gets set will be the determining factor on what we'll be able to collect. Also, the task force, as we shape that legislation, will be able to help us with, are there exemptions? Are there ways to get credits for individual property by, doing mitigation on that property? And so those are all things that can shape that legislation.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner, in my short tenure on council, it seems like we've had more of a reactionary defensive posture on how we've dealt with stormwater issues in the city. And it seems like we're finally starting to get in one that's more proactive. You think about the Custer Avenue Relief Project, some other green infrastructure projects that we have going on around the city. I'm curious about, just from an operational standpoint, what infrastructure issues keep you up at night? What infrastructure issues throughout the city keep you up at night?
Water keeps me up at night the most. And the reason I say that is from my past experiences. In Iowa, I lived through the 2008 flood in Cedar Rapids that destroyed that city. And the wastewater treatment plant was destroyed. However, the water plants survived. And the city survived because we had water. And without water, it can be a perfect Chamber of Commerce day here in Atlanta. But if we don't have water, the city is stopped dead in its tracks. I lived through the effects of Hurricane Harvey and Hurricane Beryl in Houston. In 2024, Houston was hit with Hurricane Beryl. We were without power in many places for a week in Houston. The wastewater plants were down. We're not treating. Our pump stations were down. But our water system survived. City didn't have power. It didn't have wastewater, but it had water. The city survived because we had water. So that's what keeps me awake at night. There is no wastewater without water. Flooding, we can work to mitigate that. It's a long-term project here in Atlanta. We have more difficult conditions with flooding than the vast majority of this country. It rains like Houston here, but we have the topography of West Virginia, and that is a more complicated problem than in Houston. So we have a more complicated problem here in Atlanta. Plus, we have history where we have people, whether voluntary or involuntary, put in harm's way, where they can be flood affected more often than other people. And so we have to fix those issues.
Thank you for that answer. And, I was happy to hear about the Platinum Awards. I think at its core, we are supposed to provide clean drinking water for the citizens of Atlanta. And, I go out there every time I'm out. I drink Chattahoochee's finest because I entrust your team in making sure that we have clean drinking water. And so I know that we're working on a lot of our stormwater capacity issues throughout the city. And I think this council is still, looking forward to helping us be able to kind of complete some of these major projects that we have going on. So thank you for your overview of your FY27 proposed budget. We thank you all for showing up, and we'll continue these conversations going forward. So with that, for our viewing public, we will be going on a recess now for the rest of, for an hour. At 1:30, we will continue our afternoon budget hearings. We will have Atlanta Information Management, followed by Department of Parks and Recreation, and then we will close out our day with the Department of Customer Service. Thank you all. We are now adjourned for recess. Chief Sankey. If you don't mind introducing your team, and I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, City Council members. I am Jason Sankey, and I am proud to say that I have served as the Chief Information Officer for the City of Atlanta and leading the Department of Atlanta Information Management for the past 5 years. This first slide represents our organizational structure, and I will ask my team to introduce themselves, starting with my far left.
Good afternoon, Chloe Broom, AIM Chief Administrative Officer.
Good afternoon, Donald Graham, Chief Information Security Officer.
Good afternoon, Kentori Garman, Deputy Chief Information Officer.
Good afternoon, Daphne Rackley, Deputy Chief Information Officer.
Good afternoon, Kamal Makini, Deputy Chief Information Officer.
Okay, in FY26, we advanced key priorities across public safety, cybersecurity, operational efficiency, digital modernization, workforce readiness, and equitable community access. Highlights include implementing enhanced security infrastructure and cyber defense protocols, advancing body-worn camera technology in partnership with public safety, supporting beltline camera installations to improve situational awareness, realizing approximately $1 million in savings and another $2 million in revenue. We deployed Copilot Chat citywide to improve employee access with approved AI-supported solutions. We will obtain our What Works City certification, which is a Bloomberg philanthropies program, which establishes a standard for data-driven, well-managed local governments. Approximately 110 cities across the U.S. have the certification. We expanded citywide learning opportunities through Tech Tuesdays. We strengthened shared understanding of IT service delivery through IT certifications for all staff. And we continue to expand IT kiosks to support more connected, informed, and engaged communities. Looking forward to FY27 priorities, in partnership with Public Safety and DEEM, we will finalize the implementation of a fully integrated Tier 3 data center to strengthen operational resilience, business continuity, and disaster recovery capabilities. We will advance cities' cybersecurity maturity by continuing our alignment to Zero Trust framework, enhancing identity management, advancing endpoint protection, and network segmentation. We plan to strengthen enterprise-wide cyber resilience through proactive risk management, security awareness initiatives, and continuous monitoring to ensure critical city services and resident data remain secure. We will deliver measurable fiscal stewardship by achieving an additional $2 million in operational savings, cost avoidance, and technology rebates through strategic sourcing, optimization, and modernization efforts. We plan to generate an additional $3 million in revenue. We will launch a citywide data governance and open data modernization program to improve transparency, accountability, data quality, and data-driven decisions, making access available throughout all departments. We plan to initiate a multi-year capital improvement program to modernize and refresh the city's core network and infrastructure, improving reliability, scalability, security, and long-term sustainability. We will continue to advance the city's artificial intelligence strategy with a focus on generative AI, agentic AI, advanced machine learning, and workforce AI literacy to drive innovation and responsible adoption across government services. We plan to maximize the city's fiber network as critical civic infrastructure, strengthening connectivity, resiliency, smart city capabilities, and future-ready digital services. We plan to expand public Wi-Fi access citywide, providing traditionally underserved communities with access and closing the digital divide to improve equitable access to education, workforce opportunities, and city services. These priorities ensure technology investments are designed to create equitable outcomes, improve accessibility, and enhance quality for every resident and neighborhood. As of February 2026, our total headcount of filled positions was at 93. And looking at our proposed FY27 budget, there's a net decrease of 2%, with the bulk of that reduction in contracted services. As I mentioned, our FY27 priorities identified $2 million of potential savings, which will absorb this decrease. We make financial stewardship a priority, which is reflected in our current FY26 projection. And since joining the city, our budget has aligned with our expenditures year over year. Lastly, I want to thank the AIM team for all of their hard work and commitment in supporting this great city. And we would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Chief Sankey. Especially thank you for a very succinct presentation, getting to the numbers. So definitely appreciate that. We'll start questions from council members and starting with Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief Sankey. One thing I do want to acknowledge, because I know we don't always get to experience this as children of the 80s, but there's more Jasons in this room than we typically have. So between Jason Ingram and Jason Sankey, Jason Winston, Jason Dozier, I want to acknowledge that because we don't always get enough love, even if our Gen X colleagues don't want to acknowledge us younger folks. Just a couple of questions. I asked this question of APD yesterday, and one thing that comes up a lot in conversations that we have about our surveillance technology that we're implementing across the city is how are we protecting the data that we're collecting from our constituents, from our communities? How are we making sure that it's secure? How we know it's not going to the wrong hands? How are we making sure that it's being used for the purposes that we want it to be used for? And so I was curious, do we have any sort of data maintenance or any sort of policy that would benefit the public good to make sure that we're not using this information in the incorrect way?
Cecil Graham, do you want to take that?
Thank you for that question. We do have policies in place, and we also follow the standards of protecting data by encrypting at rest and also using different technology to encrypt in motion. So those are some of the standards we use. We're always looking at how data is processed. We have 24/7 monitoring of the data. So we take that very seriously, using all the standards from NIST all the way down to our operating procedures.
Thank you. And I guess my question is even beyond just data as a whole, but specifically surveillance technology that we're implementing as well. I specifically asked Chief Shearbaum yesterday if APD had any sort of surveillance or data retention policy. And I've seen what we are using for the VIC. But I wonder if there might be an opportunity to have a conversation about just the rise of AI, the rise of the use of surveillance technology. Atlanta's the most surveilled city in the country. I want to make sure that we are getting ahead of the conversation and being responsive to the concerns that community members are having about who's collecting information, where is it going, and making sure that especially with the proliferation of private companies, whether it's a Flock or a Palantir, in this political environment that we're in, people are on edge. And I think the more robust we can have with the policy and maybe even a regular report out on how our surveillance technology is being utilized and the extent in which it's being utilized so people know what cameras exist in their communities without disrupting the sort of operational public safety sort of secrecy that is in place to keep communities safe. I know that there's a reason for that as well, but I think the more we can be transparent, the more we can be accountable on that issue.
And I appreciate that question. And I mentioned one of our priorities in FY27 is to really focus around data governance. So we have 30-ish departments across the city, all with their own data sets, and really having the steward to be responsible from a departmental perspective with owning their data, how that data is used. As CISO Graham mentioned, we will ensure that we make sure that it's kept in line with data privacy controls and secure. But as far as how that data is used, currently is governed on a department level.
Okay.
We're trying to create that governance citywide to oversee how we govern that data, how we share that data, and ultimately how we protect that data.
Okay, thank you. And then I had another question about the rollout of our partnership with Ike. I recognize, so there's two kind of aspects of that. One is the easier questions. I'm curious what our revenue generation looks like from that partnership. I recognize that there is a portion of those advertising revenues that goes back to that company, but I'm curious what that looks like for the city, for the city's component. So if that's information that y'all have or Department of Finance might have, I would love to get a sense of what that looks like. And then the other piece is because, they're sexy devices. So a lot of people in my community really want them, but because of specific sort of guidelines that we've put in place about public right-of-way, or we measure out how much space on the sidewalk, they're not always feasible in the places that we want them installed. So I'm curious kind of what that partnership looks like beyond World Cup. I know a lot of new installations are happening downtown to assist with wayfinding tied to World Cup, but there still continues to be a huge demand for these devices in my communities across my district. So we'll love to get a sense of what AIM is thinking as far as that rollout.
Okay, so to the first question regarding revenue, so we have deployed those kiosks over the course of the past 4 years, and we are leading amongst other cities across the United States in advertising revenue. The city, just to remind everyone, we did not pay anything for this program, but we've realized approximately $4 million over the course of these 4 years. And the revenue that I mentioned in my presentation, we're looking at, considering World Cup is coming, a growth, and we're anticipating in FY27 a $3 million increase. And that's a 50-50 split with the company after all of the maintenance and operational deductions are taken. As far as partnership and the implementation of the kiosks and where they're located, there's a team that is responsible for meeting, and I'm hopeful that these meetings are taking place with City Council to talk about placement and get the approval and go through that rigorous process. But to your point, there are some restrictions. There are some right-of-ways that the city doesn't own. They're state-owned. So once we get through all of that planning, that's when the decision is made. I will say this past year, we did put forth legislation that was approved to increase the number of IKE kiosks from 120 to 220. So there are opportunities to continue to expand throughout each district.
Oh, thank you for that. And I'll say too, I have been meeting with your team. Typically, it's once the locations have been picked and they try to vet to make sure that I agree with that location. But being able to talk even further out as far as when the ideation phase is still happening, I think that'll be helpful for us so we can get them in more parts of our district. So.
We can certainly move that forward.
All right. Well, Mr. Chair, Mr. Jason West, thank you so much. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lewis.
I was going to say the same thing. I was able to work with Ike, Smart City, IKEA, and we've been able to get them all over District 12. I'm super happy about the Pittsburgh and the Metropolitan because it was a upgrade in information that we didn't even have. And we talk about the business community in Pittsburgh that a lot of people didn't even know existed, except us, man. So I'm super happy about that. Thank you. The questions I had were around, I left Roselle Fan this morning. We had a tea for our mothers, a tea for all of our mothers. And the one issue we had in the gym was our Wi-Fi was not working. I know we spent about 300. Where are we on the Wi-Fi at Roselle Fan?
So I will look into the specifics about the issues that occurred recently, but that has been upgraded as of last fiscal year. So we upgraded all the Wi-Fi. So we will definitely look into performance and ensure that this was just a one-off scenario and not something that is more widespread within the infrastructure.
So we took about $50,000 from our district, and we took $100K from our district, 50 in Roselle Fan, 50 in Pittman Park, and to upgrade the information in there. I basically put PlayStation 5s, I put GoPros, I put drones, we just bought equipment for the gym. Today, actually, they're gonna roll it out. In fact, I wanna make sure I'm specific because it means a lot to me to know that today I was there, Wi-Fi was not working for me, not just saying the 100 singers that we had there and the folks from the equipment center. So let me tell you what we put in there first. Because you can say, hey, maybe you're stressing the system. What we put in Roselle Fan today was 28 laptops, 1 Vibe board, a smart board, 2 digital displays, 2 3D printers, a storage rack, boat kits, 15 drones, 15 headsets, and we purchased high-speed Wi-Fi. We put power on every single station. We worked with Georgia Power to outfit this room. This is funding coming from our office. And so imagine walking through that building, knowing you just spent $50,000, knowing that we worked with CFO Bala, working with you all to upgrade the Wi-Fi, and the stuff might not work. And so I'm super hopeful that you all are able to get over and just test it. Just make sure that we have the right power surges. Because I don't know the terminology I need, but I figure you all do, and we're just trying to make sure our kids have something to do this summer. So if you can, go over to the recreation centers and make sure that the Wi-Fi is working. And don't ask the people at the recreation center. They're going to tell you. They want to keep their jobs. So if you can, someone in your department, because my phone doesn't, my stuff doesn't work there. So I would love if you send someone over there to do the same thing. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, I want to thank you all so much for doing a wonderful, wonderful job. You all have really been very responsive to us, and we appreciate that. I too want to echo the fact that we would love for all of our rec centers to have upgraded computers, make sure that everything is working properly. Just go and visit. Make sure that everything, because now you have to pay your bills online. A lot of our seniors are going in using the computers more, and it would be great if you all would just make sure we are up to snuff and we do not have a lot of outdated equipment that works sometimes, 10 computers and 4 only work. That does not look good for the city of Atlanta. So we are concerned about the digital divide and making sure that our communities and those folks that need a little assistance can go to our rec centers and do a resume writing class. They can work on how to pay their bills online. Thank you so much for all you all do. Please let us know what we can do, especially the big ones, C.T. Martin, Flanagan, M.L. King, a lot of the Roselle Fan, William Walker, Adams Park, all of them, Collier, heavily. Let's get some good computers. Make sure that they don't have these computers from 2018 and 19 still just sitting there that the students are not using in the back to school program. Come up with some great ideas for us. We want our communities to be very, very progressive. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Wan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for the presentation. Couple questions. You talked about your goals for 2027, and I want to lean into the $2 million in savings and rebates and $3 million in revenue. Your thoughts on your strategy on that? It's kind of a jump from where you think you're going to landing on FY26. I'm kind of just curious those are great goals, but I'm just curious as to what the path is to that.
So during this past year, we did a deep dive into our fees that we've been paying to various vendors. And what we identified through that analysis is some money that the city was charged that should not have been charged. So we're already anticipating the rebates in the area of around 1.6 million.
Okay.
So that's the majority of that. We also have been talking to other vendors, and we have renegotiated some savings. As an example, in partnership with Xerox, they just let us know today that we'll be receiving about $165,000 in rebates. So we're proactively working with the investments that the city continues to have with these larger contracts to figure out, are there cost saving opportunities? Is the city getting charged what we should? When you get invoices that are 10,000 pages long, it's difficult to get through, but now that we have the capabilities of AI, it makes it much easier for us. So it's easier for us to identify these cost savings up front.
What about on the revenue side? Is it the same approach?
The revenue side has been based on conversations with Orange Barrel Media, who owns the kiosks.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually thought you were going a different direction with that. I mean, you know, with AI right now, are y'all working with the departments that actually generate revenue through fees, registration, all that, to assist with maybe looking at unbilled revenue, if that makes any sense? So I think about like business licenses. You know, to me, that's where y'all could also be helpful to go in and analyze, okay, this is someone who is paid for X number of years or missing years. Is that something y'all assist with as well?
That is something that we can provide assistance to. And just to be clear, this cost savings was just in AIM's budget.
Yeah.
So citywide, we have identified other cost saving opportunities enterprise-wide. And yes, we do support departments in taking those deeper dives.
Where, or I'm going to presume the answer is yes, but where do y'all plug into procurement to look at enterprise-wide purchases, consolidation, efficiencies, reductions, eliminations? How do y'all plug into that process? Do you?
From a strictly procurement cycle process? Okay, so we've been in conversations with Chief Houston on how do we advance technology to oversee that end-to-end process, starting with the departments, continuing with Department of Law, going to procurement, and then ultimately getting to that end state. Procurement recently moved forward with a proof of concept on a small piece within their department, but we continue those conversations to see what technologies can advance the end-to-end process, because that's just one small blip, but we need to look at it end-to-end. And we have been in conversations. We don't have an active project or initiative right now, but we are open in having those conversations on the right time for procurement to move that forward.
Okay, and then I guess I was also looking at it from a department wants to source technology, either hardware or software. It's been something I've been harping on a little bit, is that all of a sudden we've got the base contract and then departments start piling on, and there I think built-in inefficiencies in that. Technology is one of those things that spans across every department, be it hardware, software, or other services. So are y'all involved, or at least partnering with procurement when solicitations and RFPs are being developed, to make recommendations as to, again, consolidation, elimination, reductions, expansions? Do y'all really play a role in that?
Historically, not as much as we should. However, this year we did a revamp of our architectural review board. So the way it worked before, a department can go out, they can meet with vendors and start talking about a solution, and then it comes to technology, and that's kind of after the fact. So what we do now through our Office of Infrastructure and Technology and our Business Relationship Management arm is we meet with departments up front with vendors. So we're part of that conversation in the beginning. So we can talk about whether or not we already have technology that can handle this, or we have to purchase something new, what the security controls are. So we get our CISO involved. That has matured over the past 6 months.
Okay, I'll put a pin in this one because I do see a lot of, based on your response to me, I do see a lot of opportunity here to address some of the concerns I've expressed about just, our departments not talking to each other before we go out and make a significant purchase. And again, I feel like y'all are a good, consistent use across all departments. Your FTE count right now, you have 35 vacancies. Do you know the breakout of how many of those are funded and how many are unfunded?
I believe we have 2 that are funded.
Okay. So I see that there is a reduction of 22 FTEs going in from 26 to 27. What's the nature of those reductions? Are they abolishing unfunded vacant positions, or is it something else?
That is correct. We're abolishing unvacant positions that haven't been filled in years.
Great. And then my final question is the reduction in purchased and contract services of $800,000. What's the nature of that? The description in the budget book doesn't really inform what you're thinking.
So in that line item is all of our contractual obligations.
Mm-hmm.
So going back to the savings that we identified, we have identified roughly $2 million, so we can come down in those contracted services, the $800,000. That still leaves us with a $1.2 million cushion.
It's really more of a target objective versus an actual, it's just taking what we have and getting it for less. Is that correct? There's not like an elimination of a certain category of purchase services that's resulting in that.
No, it's a hard dollar savings where the city month over month pays X, we will pay Y in the future.
Okay. I'm just going to close with, I appreciate the approach of reduction and savings and all that. I would say though, for me, your department is one where I would have been comfortable with the flat, if not more. I always worry about our IT and our infrastructure. I think about vulnerability. I think about increased cyber attacks. I was on an Emory Emergency Ops call this morning, and they were talking about how the Iran conflict is actually driving a lot more AI-generated attacks on technology infrastructure. And y'all are kind of the front line, or we rely on y'all to be on the front line to protect us. And so as everyone else gets smarter and the bad guys out there get smarter, I would just want y'all to be resourced up appropriately to defend against that. So I know y'all do a lot with a little, and I appreciate your doing that. But to the extent that we have to be honest with ourselves that defense, the offense against us on that front is only going to increase over time. And so I hope that you and your staff and your team will raise your hands at the appropriate time if there are resources that we need to keep ourselves safe, our taxpayers safe, our residents, our businesses, and our visitors safe, then you'll let us know. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield.
Thank you. And I will say also for me that purchase contract services number reduction kind of stuck out for me as well, and not to just kind of harp on Councilmember Warren's point. A lot of your core functions are, mitigating risk and dealing with vulnerabilities that we have as a city. Many of these conversations happen, in executive session confidentially with council. And so I think we all are well aware of a lot of the risk associated with the functions of your duties. And so, that number stuck out for me as well, and being one that I think we want to make sure that you all are fully, I would say, funded to make sure that you're able to continue to keep this city of Atlanta safe from various vulnerabilities that we have. And so I think those are conversations that we should probably continue as we move through this budget process and making sure that you all are confident that you have what you need going forward. So any other questions, comments from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your overview of your proposed budget. Everyone, we are going to swiftly transition over to the Department of Parks and Recreation, and we'll have Commissioner Cutler come up with his team. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Love to straighten it out.
Got their phone off. Ready when you are.
All right, everyone, we are ready to get started with our next budget hearing briefing, which is the Department of Parks and Recreation, and we welcome up Commissioner Cutler. If you don't mind introducing your team, and then we'll let you get started.
Yeah, well, thank you, Chair Whiston and members of the Atlanta City Council Budget Committee. Today, I'm honored to be here today to present the proposal for fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of Parks and Recreation. I'm joined by my esteemed colleagues to my left and my right, and the 500 plus women and men of the Department of Parks and Recreation. To my left, I have Rachel Marr, Deputy Commissioner of Partnerships and Enterprise. To my immediate left, I have Deputy Commissioner Doug Voss over Park and Recreation Operations. To my right, I have Senior Director Henry Thompson, who's over Budget and Finance. And to my far right, I have Deputy Commissioner Dr. Galen Williams over Park Planning and Design. Well, every day, and I also want to give a special shout out to Deputy Commissioner Dudley, who couldn't be here today due to an unforeseen family emergency. So thoughts are with her. Every day, our team works hard to serve our neighbors and provide exceptional parks and recreation experiences. From after school to summer camps, seniors to top programming, golf, tennis, parks, forestry, transportation, and administration to make it all happen. We are a team of parks and recreation professionals that are leading the way and showing the world what a group project can do for parks and recreation. In fiscal year 2027, we will invest over $30 million in programming, facilities, transportation, summer meals, jobs, internships, and scholarships for our young people. This is an investment in our youth and our future that will ripple through time. Our investment today in parks and recreation will create future council members, mayors, senators, governors, lawyers, doctors, influencers, and artists, just as Camp Best Friends has done for the last 45 years in our Department of Parks and Recreation. Our mission and our vision is what centers our work. Our mission is to provide equitable access to outstanding recreational, natural, and cultural experiences that enhance the happiness, health, and well-being of all Atlantans. Our vision is to make parks and recreation and parks the heart and soul of Atlanta through a diverse yet seamless and interconnected system of parks and natural areas. Our Activate ATL goals embody this work through invest in Atlanta's parks and recreation assets, connect Atlanta's parks and recreation resources, and grow the parks and recreation system. Our team is honored to work with each of you to create vibrant neighborhoods that make Atlanta the best major city to thrive and raise every child. Now let's dive in. This here is a slide of our organizational chart. The Department of Parks and Recreation oversees various aspects related to parks and recreation and community engagement within our jurisdiction. The department is comprised of 4 divisions and 11 offices that aim to make recreation and parks the heart and soul of Atlanta through a diverse yet seamless and interconnected systems of parks and recreation and natural areas. First, the Division of Administration and Strategy. This office serves as the central hub of administrative tasks, strategic planning, and fostering innovation within the department. It coordinates resources, manages budgets, and develops long-term strategies to enhance parks and recreation services. It supports the department's communication and marketing efforts as well. Next, the Division of Operations. The Operations Division oversees the following offices of Parks, Recreation, Natural Resources, Public Safety, and Special Events. The Office of Parks is responsible for the management, maintenance, and development of all parks within our jurisdiction. This includes ensuring parks are safe, clean, and accessible to the public. The office oversees park programming and events. This includes maintenance of the Beltline as well, and also skilled services and forestry. The Office of Recreation focuses on providing quality recreational opportunities and programming for community members of all ages that are balanced, equitable, and affordable. This includes organizing sports leagues, fitness classes, cultural events, and other recreational activities to promote community health and well-being. Next, we have the Office of Natural Resources. This is our newest office. The Office of Natural Resources is responsible for management, maintenance, and access to public trees, natural areas, and community gardens. Our arborist and forestry team crews are responsible for managing all the trees along the 1,420 linear miles of right-of-way and 4,554 acres of parkland. Our natural areas are our fastest growing acres due to the Tree Trust Fund and several acquisitions we made recently. The Office of Public Safety is responsible for the Park Ranger program, camera installations and maintenance, alarm system inspection, safety and programming, and training of all departmental staff. The Office of Special Events plans, coordinates, and manages public events, festivals, and gatherings held within parks and recreational spaces, including permitting and reservation approvals. The Division of Partnerships and Enterprise. This is a new division. It's been around for 3 years. This office works to establish and maintain partnerships with other organizations, businesses, and community groups, including our conservancies and friends groups, to enhance parks and recreation services by leveraging external resources and expertise. The department can expand its reach and offer a wide range of programs and amenities to the public. To that end, this year in fiscal year 26, our general fund budget was just over $57 million. Philanthropy alone has invested over $21 million in parks and recreation. So for every dollar invested in the general fund, that equates to 38 cents from the philanthropic community. And many of those organizations are in the room today. So I would just like to say thank you to those organizations for their fiscal support and for their fundraising and volunteer efforts. So thank you. Also, the Division of Park Planning and Design. They handle the design, planning, and development of new parks and park improvements. This office collaborates with various stakeholders, including architects, urban planners, friends groups, community members, neighbors, to create functional and aesthetically pleasing parks and spaces that meet community needs. These offices work together to cohesively ensure that our parks and recreation facilities are well managed, accessible, and contribute to the overall quality of life in our community. Now let's review fiscal year 26. In fiscal year 26, we are celebrating the 45th anniversary Summer of Camp Best Friends programming in the city of Atlanta. Now, please raise your hand if Camp Best Friends has impacted your life or the life of somebody you know. Okay. I believe almost everybody in this room raised their hand. And I think that shows the 45 years of impact of Camp Best Friends. This was due to the vision of Maynard Jackson during the Atlanta Missing and Murdered Children event that occurred in the early 80s. And thanks to his leadership, we've been going strong now for over 45 years. The Atlanta Teen Leaders Academy reached a major milestone of achieving the highest enrollment of serving over 1,078 teens. Our footprint continues to grow to 17 recreation centers, 2 at-Promise centers, and soon to be opening a 3rd in Southwest. We also hosted the Hope Meets Promise Conference during spring break in conjunction with Atlanta Police Foundation and served over 192 teens. Teens After Dark initiative, which we opened during winter break, offering evening program from 6 to 11 p.m. with an average of 83 teens per night. And this, in May, shortly we'll be celebrating the graduating class of 35 seniors, collectively earning over $13 million in financial aid and scholarships. Our National Senior Games saw over 52 seniors from many of our major recreation centers. 3 seniors received gold medals, 5 silver, 1 bronze, and numerous 4th and 8th place finishes. In addition to our seniors and our youth, we're also investing in our staff through training and professional development. Collectively, the department employees have participated in over 80 trainings in fiscal year 26. This includes a certified landscape professional course with the University of Georgia, which graduated over 20 staff members. Our park maintenance field day and trainings at Adams Park in March of 2026, focusing on safety, proper field maintenance techniques and practices, and partnerships with the University of Georgia celebrated the certification of 17 landscape professionals through an additional 6-month UGA training. Our ASI team and data performance team have taken courses on Lean, Six Sigma Green Belt and Black Belt training in order to do continuous improvement. Recreation Foundation of Excellence Summit delivered high-impact workshops on leadership, accountability, customer service, program innovation, and program delivery, sharing best practices to elevate service delivery, and offered 30 different courses. And we also collaborated with HR and the organizational development team to establish a process for training frontline staff via in-person and webinar trainings to make sure that everybody has access to training no matter where they work. We also implemented some park improvements, successfully maintained high standards in park operations by reopening and enhancing facilities and parks, meeting service level agreements, performance targets. We also added to our inventory, included purchasing the DeForest Avenue and Warren Road Avenue parks, Kimpson Park, an acquisition adjacent to Chosewood, and others, adding over 20 acres to the existing park inventory. We also climbed on the Trust for Public Land ranking. In 2025, at the end of 2025, they released their Park Score Index ranking, with Atlanta advancing from 25th to 21st among the largest 100 U.S. cities nationwide, our highest finish in Park Score history. Our park rangers and safety team enhanced safety measures in our parks, including expanding our park ranger capacity from 8 to 11, and increasing surveillance coverage by 40 cameras and 172 streams, bringing our total streams to over 2,051 streams in our parks and recreation centers. All these cameras are integrated into the Video Integration Center, which is monitored and supported by APD. Our Office of Natural Resource was also recognized as Tree Cities of the World designee for its commitment to sustainable urban forestry. There's also many other accomplishments from our transportation team, which transports 426 schools from 25 schools daily, transports over 30 seniors 4 to 5 times per week for primetime senior programs. We support Midnight Basketball, which is housed in the Mayor's Office of Constituent Services. We're now up to season 10 at a multi-site league with 16 men's team and 8 women's teams, totaling 260 athletes. We also supported shelter operations at 4 centers, including Old Adamsville, Central Park, Selena Butler, and Reverend James Orange, which activated from November 9th through March 17th. We had 39 activations serving over 7,602 patrons. And as you know, shelters are vital to resources for our unhoused patrons and essential for community services. Our athletics team kicked off tot soccer and youth soccer this year, along with adult softball and adult basketball league, as well as an interdepartmental softball league. And our girls' participation continues to grow as well with our second annual, and we also had a second annual volunteer appreciation banquet. On the nutrition side, we served over 165,000 meals at 22 out-of-school sites. This summer, we'll be at 55 feeding sites, 8 mobile sites, and 23 City of Atlanta recreation centers, in addition to 24 unaffiliated community sites, 3 outdoor pools, and 6 Fulton County libraries, and 1 park. So our goal this summer is to make sure that no child goes hungry. And our aquatics team continues to increase availability to provide lessons and instruction, operates the outdoor pools and splash pads, while continuing to add innovative programming, including water volleyball, water line dancing, and seasonal special events. This slide is just a small representation of the amazing work of the men and women of the Department of Parks and Recreation. We have Jenny Drake Park ribbon cutting, the recently opened Bessie Branham Park. We have our park ranger team, mentioned about our Trust for Public Land Park Score, Camp Best Friends, Tree City USA, Teens After Dark, and many other activities that are taking place throughout Atlanta. As we look ahead to fiscal year 27, we're really excited about all of these activities and so much more, including our new Throne Lab bathrooms, which will increase bathroom access across the city at Cascade Springs, Isabel Webster Gates, Walton Springs, Central, John C. Calhoun, Hardy Ivy, and 4 along the Beltline for people who need to go. Also, we're improving our golf services. We're introducing a new golf initiative called the inaugural Tup Cup, which is a citywide junior tournament at Alfred Tup Homes in partnership with the Alfred Tup Homes Family Foundation, and at Foot Golf at Candler Park course, which opens May 16th. We've recently acquired the 404 Hamilton E Homes and the Bunnan property off of Randall Mill in Buckhead, both quality land parcels that'll be developed into parks, and we begin the planning process this coming fiscal year. We'll also be making Atlanta your own gym. This is in partnership with Fulton County Health Department. This campaign encourages residents to use Atlanta's parks, trails, and public spaces as accessible fitness resources, supporting the national goal of helping 27 million Americans become physically active. We'll also be expanding our senior programs in partnership with HealthSpring to provide evidence-based activities. In addition, we'll have a youth dance program at CT Martin beginning fall of 2026, having free classes as well as out-of-school time engagements for dancers. In addition to that, Activate ATL Strategic Plan will commence the development of the next iteration of our 5-year strategic plan. We're also working on our geospatial strategic plan, adopting a geospatial strategy, or GIS, to move Atlanta forward with data, tools, technology, and decision-making framework to deliver services more equitably, operate more effectively, and accelerate its vision of becoming a smarter, more proactive city of Atlanta. We'll also be initiating our urban forest master plan, and we will be seeking reaccreditation through the National Recreation and Parks Association as well. Here are some examples of the highlights that you can expect in fiscal year 27, including the acquisition of Tatum Lakes, which we accomplished and will be planning, the Chattahoochee Brick site, company site in Atlanta Riverlands, Memorial Drive Greenway, and we'll also be hosting the Greater and Greener Conference in 2028 in partnership with the City Park Alliance and Park Pride. Now, let me turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Doug Voss to walk you through our position count, and then Director Henry Thompson to talk about our budget.
Thank you, Commissioner. This slide represents the department's total head count from the general fund as of February 19th. On that date, we had a total of 31 vacancies out of 358 total positions, representing a 9% general fund vacancy rate. Of the 31 vacancies from the general fund, 19 were from recreation, 5 in parks, and 7 from administration. And since February 19th, several of these vacancies have been filled. Others are in the process or have been submitted to the VRB, and we're very appreciative. We actually received 11 approvals just last week for posting. In addition to the full-time staff, the department relies heavily on seasonal staff every year. Want to shout out our team for doing an excellent job of hiring this year. Currently, we have 427 staff either pending or approved to start for CBF. That includes 151 teams. We also have 96 staff either pending or approved to start for aquatics, as well as additional seasonal staff for both parks and golf operations. And I'll turn it over to Henry at this time.
Thank you, BC Boss. Good afternoon, council members. Excuse me. Good afternoon, council members. DPR's FY27 proposed budget is $54.6 million. This is a 5% decrease from FY26. However, given the performance of the park millage, DPR has been able to reallocate $2 million in funding for facility and park maintenance agreements, inclusive of pools and custodial services, ensuring zero impact to FY27 operations. Further, the 2% reduction in benefits brings the FY27 budget in alignment with the current general fund staffing levels. DPR also received a 2% increase in supplies, which further supports youth, teen programming, and other departmental initiatives. The FY27 proposed budget positions the Department of Parks and Recreation to be in alignment with the mayor's priorities and provides the resources to support ongoing parks maintenance and quality recreational programming for youth, teens, adults, and seniors. So thank you all, and I'll pass it back to Commissioner Cutler.
Great. And again, this is just another example of all the amazing work the Department of Parks and Recreation does, from the Vietnam Veterans Memorial to rebrand of the golf course to Love Your Park to our seniors, primetime senior programs, to the new Atlanta Memorial Park sign, to the Easter egg hunt. There's so much happening in Atlanta Parks and Recreation. So I just want to give a special shout out to the Department of Parks and Recreation staff, many of whom are behind us. And just really thank you to each of them for showing up every day, for giving their all to our community, and to really making Atlanta the best place to raise a child. So thank you to them. And now we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Cutler and team. We're going to open it up for questions from colleagues, starting with Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, and your team for the presentation. Touched on it some, but what accounts for the $2.1 million deduction in purchasing contractor services?
Say again.
I believe it was touched on some, but something about reallocating it to the Parks Improvement Fund. But what accounts for the $2.1 million deduction in purchasing contractor services?
Yeah, so what accounts for that is pools and custodial services. So directly tied to park maintenance.
Fill me in a little bit more on that.
Say again?
Fill me in a little more on what that is, because it's called the Parks Improvement Fund, not the Parks Maintenance Fund. So fill me in on what that is being used for.
Yeah, so it's being, Doug, do you want to talk a little bit about what those?
Well, what we've actually done in a number of cases for the many years is we've used our park operation account to capitalize many of large-scale projects. So when we have, for example, a bathhouse renovation, we would use the general fund, or we would use whatever fund through operations. Some of those projects should be capitalized. They're 20-year or more, $100,000, $200,000 projects. And so in those cases, we will use the Park Improvement Fund where they're appropriate. And so in those cases, we've actually ended up in some years with more funds available in the Park Improvement account, and we're basically no funds remaining, or even over in some cases, in the general fund. So what we've done this year, actually, we've already started doing that, is whenever there's a project that affects a site that would be normally capitalized, we're using where it should be allocated, which is in some cases the millage or the Park Improvement Fund, whichever one you want to call it.
Okay, well, I'll get into more of that in a minute, but I'm sure if there is money left over in the Parks and Improvement Fund, I'm sure there's 12 to 15 people that can give you plenty of actual park improvement projects, and not just moving maintenance from the general fund where it should be to the Parks and Improvement Fund.
Well, I
don't get to go home and cut the grass and take out the trash and tell my wife that I improved our house. That's just part of the job.
Well, just in terms of the pools, just to be clear, I mean, we're talking about full filter replacements, we're talking about roof replacements, we're talking about bathroom fixture replacement. We've done that already at South Bend. We're doing it, I think, at 3-4 different pools this year already. Some of that is coming out of MAF, but over historically, there's still a lot of money that's required for pools to keep them operationally safe for people to use. So I'm not talking about the day-to-day as much as I'm talking about these larger projects, which we have traditionally used out of our general fund.
And just to add,
it must be really nice to have a recreation center in a council district and a pool. What do I need to get one of those? Funded out of the Parks Improvement Fund?
Councilman Hillis, I think CFO Waller wants to
I think I
chime
just
in.
want to add to that. I think one of the things we think about when we adopted the increase to the park millage is we often cited the $700 million backlog in park maintenance activities and deferred capital maintenance as identified in the Activate ATL. So I think it's truly appropriate, in my opinion, and I believe in our opinion, that these go to take care of deferred maintenance. Now, they may not look like the thing that your wife is expecting you to do when you say you're going to build a new deck, but it is replacing a dilapidated deck. And if we don't replace that deck, then we don't have a deck. And so oftentimes what Deputy Commissioner Voss, as he mentioned, is we're capitalizing the things that should have been capitalized as opposed to using park millage to do maintenance. So we're doing that capital replacement and those capital improvements that we just didn't have resources to do in the past. So you either have a bad asset that is currently failing or we're gonna have to tear it down, or we were able to replace that. Some may call that maintenance, but it's truly capital maintenance of those assets.
Okay. What accounts for the 144 position reduction from the general fund? I don't know, there's a slide that says your current count is 358 with 327 filled, but FY26 there were 502 FTEs. So what accounts for that?
Yeah, last year during the budget deliberations, the city council approved a personnel paper which transferred a significant number of positions from the general fund to the park millage.
Okay. I know one of the big promises when we adopted the Parks Improvement Fund back in for FY24 back in 2023 was a vast and substantial improvement in parks maintenance, improving the timeframe as when that is completed. Yet I have noticed and sent in a lot of issues where there are overflowing trash cans, litter in city parks. Have you all been able to fulfill that commitment, or are we still working that out?
No, I mean, we've doubled and really in some cases tripled our frequency of visits to our parks and working with the CEO organization, which allows us both to hire individuals that have been formerly incarcerated, and they're able to take on these tasks and increase litter pickup. Oftentimes, when you see overflowing trash cans, they may be immediately following an event or after an activity, and there is the off chance where we may miss a can. And I think sometimes that occurs. We really try to do our best to hit all cans, but as you have an off day, we have an off day too sometimes, and we try to get every can, but we may still miss a can. And it's helpful when you or other community members let us know that we've missed a can so we can get out there because we have increased our capacity. We're also more consistent when it comes to mowing and to tree trimming. We've also increased the number of forestry and arborists on our arborist team, so we're able to address tree takedowns and tree inspections. We've really worked hard to increase both maintenance as well as inspections in those areas. But unfortunately, sometimes we miss a can, and we're really sorry for that.
How much, touching on the Parks Improvement Fund, how much is currently in the Parks Improvement Fund? How much of that is currently dedicated to projects or otherwise services? And how much of that Parks Improvement Fund is currently unassigned?
The last report regarding the what's in the actual. Oh, okay. Sorry.
I answer. So as of today's poll, there was 42 million fund balance in the Park Improvement Fund. There'll be another $40 million coming into the Park Improvement Fund in FY27. So in the budget book on page 547, we were conservatively estimating at least 72 million would be available. In terms of the split, as you know, council member, and we went through the legislation that increased $500,000 on each property assessed at the city of Atlanta. 50% is for capital improvement, 40% is for maintenance and operation, 5% for safety and security, and 5% for other associated costs. So just to orient everybody, with Parks Department, this administration has done more in parks funding than any administration before. Back to FY22, parks total allocation from the general fund was 43 million, Park Improvement Fund 18 million, total of 61 million available. Today, with your leadership on increasing the park mill, Commissioner Cutler's relentless focus on improving the parks has about 126 million funding available for it to fulfill its promise. And we know that they're doing a wonderful job around this. I heard a lot of questioning earlier, but I do think that the commissioner is really making the best use judgment here to balance parks, to balance programming and recreation and facilities and things that are needed for the community. So I really just want to thank him for his leadership up front. And in terms of the project coordination, we're here and happy to engage in more details with specific line item projects. I'm sure as the commissioner will outline as well too, but I just wanted to put that context out on the table so it doesn't get lost. At the end of the day, you know, when homeowners receive their property tax assessments, the line items could be nuanced. It's all money that's coming to the city, so a decision could have easily been to increase the general fund mill and not the parks mill. But I think that was the right decision that was made at the time to make sure that there was sufficient funding for parks utilization.
And all the funds are allocated. We try to allocate them on a 3-year cycle. So we anticipate in some cases a planning cycle where we'll have to plan for a project, we'll do the design engineering, then we budget a capital expenditure for that project in year 2, and then if there's any closeout or contingency, we budget in year 3. So we tend to budget for the Park Improvement Fund in a 3-year cycle.
Okay, so the entire current 42 million is budgeted for?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and do you already have allocations or plans for the anticipated 40 million that is coming in this coming fiscal year?
Yes, that's correct.
I believe I requested it during Finance's General Overview, but if you could, please, for me and my colleagues, that list.
Yes, happy to do that.
Thank you.
I do have a response for you. I know during the general comments, you asked a question about the tree trust fund and its current balance of $13 million. That does include an anticipated spend of $7 million on 30 acres off of Randall Mill.
Okay, and that was the next item I was looking at. So I did request that. If I could just get that sent out. And then the other request, that was for the past 2 years of expenditures. And then also I would like to know the past 2 years of revenue that has come in to the tree trust fund from other city departments.
So yes, in response to that question, so until recently, it really was this last January in which other departments could pay tree recompense. So prior to January 2026, no other departments pay tree recompense. They always had to find places to plant trees. And that was part of the reason that that change was made to the Trust Republic, to the change to the TPO, Tree Protection Ordinance. So there won't be any accounting of other departments paying tree recompense prior to this fiscal year.
I mean, the current fiscal year we're in.
Sorry, yes,
FY26.
this current fiscal year 26.
Yeah, so if I could still get that, please. And then on the parks maintenance, I don't know if this is an easily accountable thing, just following up on the parks maintenance piece, if I get some charts over the past couple years that show what would be considered park maintenance and how much has been spent from the general fund versus the Parks Improvement Fund.
Yep.
And that is all I have for now. Thank you, Commissioner and your team. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. We have Councilmember Worthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner and team. I want to just say the quiet part out loud. This is my third day of budget hearings, and I've spent as much time with this book as a new person can understand. And my initial reaction, and of course I can be convinced otherwise, but my initial reaction of everything in this book, the parks budget is the only thing that I'm concerned about, that I've lived through thus far. I think it's important to note, and I think my colleague, Mr. Hillis, was getting at this. I feel like the Park Improvement Fund is totally intended to augment maintenance and not replace general fund maintenance. And so I just want to put that out there, that this pretty massive reduction in purchase and contract services alarms me. But Commissioner, I think Mr. Hillis made all the points that need to be made on that. But one of the other things you said is in purchase and contracted services, you also mentioned that includes public safety for the parks. Is that correct?
Yes. So as Chief Financial Officer Bala mentioned, we have 50% goes to capital improvements, 40% to park maintenance and capital maintenance, 5% to park safety, and 5% to administration and recreation.
So just thinking about the tragic event that we lived through as a city recently in Piedmont Park, I know that had nothing to do with Parks and Rec, but unfortunately it was in one of your parks or near one of your parks. How do we protect parks? Do we employ off-duty officers? Do APD patrol them? How does that work?
Yeah, currently we have our park rangers, we have private security in some cases, like at Piedmont Park, and we also have APD, and we have off-duty officers that we work with.
Does this 24.5% decrease affect those?
So the 5% decrease does not impact those resources that we currently have to provide safety and security in our parks.
Okay. That answers my question, but I share the point that Mr. Hillis made. I think we need to revisit this reduction.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Juan.
I've got so many questions. I've got like 4 Post-it notes. I don't even know where to start because I've been trying to keep from getting agitated during these hearings. I think I want to start with the general philosophy of and what the decision tree looks like when something comes up and it's a decision to go to general fund versus park improvement? Because I think if we had a better understanding into that, maybe it would make sense to us, because it kind of doesn't.
Yep.
So what is the rubric that y'all use? Is there one? How much of that rests with you, and how much of it rests in the CFO's office? Because I suspect some of this is driven by them as well. So I'm curious your response to that.
No, that's a great question. All of it rests with our office. I'm the chief financial officer, the COO, and the deputy chief, and the mayor. They provide the resources to us, and then we work collaboratively to identify how we expend those resources based on the needs that come up. So, for instance, if we have an emergency, there's typical maintenance. So, typically, how we look at this is, and I'll blow your mind here, we actually have an additional fund, our Park Maintenance Trust Fund, that is generated off of park permits. So, for instance, our general fund goes to your everyday maintenance. So we have, janitorial service, custodial services. We have contractors at Castro and Russell and many other contractors that come in. Also to our team, if they need to buy electrical equipment or supplies and materials to do the work, that comes out of our general fund. When we look at the park millage, we're looking at capital improvements. So these are items typically over a certain dollar threshold. What's the threshold that we've set recently, Doug?
Defer to Henry on that, but
That's 50,000. Anything over 50,000 is
So
capitalized.
anything over 50,000 is typically capitalized, and those resources come out of the park millage. And then we have our park trust fund, and that's oftentimes where we buy supplies. So bark chips, playground chips. Every year we have to replenish our playgrounds. So we have somebody on contract to go out and spread engineered wood fiber, and we might buy potted plants out of that to beautify our parks, and we may buy wood supplies. Anything else you want to add? Okay.
Yeah, maybe just to put it in real context, the best example I could think of is tennis courts. We actually just today, I found out that Phoenix 2 was resurfaced. Traditionally, out of operation, we'll paint, we'll stripe. This year, we've done, I believe, 3 that have taken full remilling. So we've taken off the asphalt. We did that at Central, the basketball court at Central. We just did it at West Manor. I think Director Moore ran that project. And we did it at one other. But we're taking them all the way down. That's a project that hopefully that court will last for 10 to 15 years without having to be remilled. When we do that, we're using park millage for that. These are $150,000 projects sometimes. So we feel like in that case, and I believe Henry's guided us in the right way, if it was just paint and stripe and you're talking $20,000, that's kind of you could argue that's a routine type of repair. But we've been able to make these type of major repairs on courts, which we couldn't have done without it, honestly. And so maybe that helps to clarify kind of those decision trees. There's other projects. We had a pavilion that burned down at Collier. We were able to use that. That was not anticipated. It's not like painting or re-roofing. It was burned to the ground. So we had to redo it. We use park improvement for that type of thing. Otherwise, we would either have to delay or maybe not be able to do that project at all.
Yeah, we can discuss that $50,000 threshold. Like I could see how a regular maintenance contract could be over 50,000. I want to understand what the safeguards are that keeps it in general fund and not lobbed over to park improvement. Staff gets a little squishy because, I think that's where I get a little more uncomfortable in terms of the allocation between general fund and park improvement. Do y'all have a rubric for when positions are moved or not moved?
Yeah, I would answer this, and then I'd also ask that the CFO chime in on this, because I think you have to take a further step back than just Parks and Recreation. You have to really look at the whole of city government, and we don't have many options. And I feel like the COO, the CFO, and the mayor have all laid out they've put forward this budget. This is our recommended budget. This is what we're presenting on the general fund budget. But you also have to take it in context of our budget as well as all of the other budgets. And the city has, multitude of needs and resources and different levers that we can pull. And so I think that is when you look at the Parks and Recreation, we have multiple levers that we can pull, but fundamentally our investment in Parks and Recreation has increased over the first 4 years of the Dickens administration. We've invested more in parks, we've invested more in recreation, we've increased from 28 on the park score to 21 on the park score. We've done a phenomenal job of making investments and improvements. And so fundamentally Parks and Recreation is different, because of Mayor Dickens and the investments that we made. But I'll defer to CFO Bala to talk a little bit about just kind of the bigger picture.
All right, so I mean, I was talking about back from FY24, there's been significant increases in both the general fund budget to parks, which went from 43 million to 54 million this year, as well as the decision to increase the parks mill from half a mil to a mil back in FY24, which was generating about 18 million a year at that time, and now about 42 to 43 million a year. That is a significant investment in overall parks operations in a 4-year period. The decision to increase that parks mill was one that had competing priorities, because the city could have also made the decision to increase just the regular general fund mill, allocate some to parks, allocate to other needs as well, but we knew that there was a pressing issue with parks. We knew that we kept on buying more park land. The city kept on growing. The Beltline was coming. There was a lot of things that was happening that made park utilization also increase in that time frame as well. It was also right around COVID where there was a lot of parks utilization and the parks were being overextended. So we knew that it was the right decision, it was the right investment to go down that route, and we did. But the compromise was to do it in a manner that had a good framework. And that good framework was to not just have the parks mill solely dedicated to capital improvements. It was to expand it so it could be additive. And that also included more for maintenance operation, as well as safety and security, and a 5% allocation so that the Parks Commissioner can make an executive decision and executive judgment to utilize those funds for very much needed flexibility. So putting that in totality, I think is how we should all be approaching and looking at parks funding, and also give the lead executive here some grace and some ability to be able to execute on a vision that meets not only administration, but the council's requests and needs, as well as the demands of the general public and all stakeholders involved.
I'll go back to my original question that no one's answered yet. Staffing. What is the staffing decision? What does the rubric look like when a decision is made to move a staff position over to the Park Improvement Fund? Anyone?
Yeah, I can certainly handle. I mean, so in the extent when we increased the Park Improvement Fund and had maintenance added to it at a 40% clip, it is much more cost effective to have city staff doing that maintenance than hiring outside maintenance crews that could be 2 or 3 times the costs. So we do this, and we do it a lot with a lot of allocated funds, where we try to have the costs associated with delivering a service sit with that specific fund, and this is well within that regulatory framework to do so.
So each one of those 144 positions that was moved over.
No, but you also have to look at the head count of the Department of Parks during that time, which increased about 300 FTEs from FY21-ish to FY25. So this is not an existing number of employees. It's not an apples to apples comparison, council member.
All right. I'm going to try one more time. 144 got moved over from general fund to Park Improvement Fund per your comment. So those 144 positions that were moved, there was, for each one of them, an analysis and justification of its maintenance. And that's the justification to move it over there.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. That's something I'd like to see. And CFO Ball, I appreciate your passion for the way you're explaining it, but I think what you're sensing from us council members is that we went to the public and asked for the doubling of that millage rate. And I think the expectation that they had is that it was going to increase in the same amount the level of work that we were doing, and that we wouldn't see, as we've seen steadily over the last several budgets, a decrease in erosion of the general fund commitment to parks, all during the same time when we're adding acreage. It is one of those things where, great, we've got this next bucket of money, so let's just siphon off expenses over there because it's convenient. when the public has fully expected we'd be acquiring more, we'd be increasing our maintenance, not increasing the level of maintenance, not just the base thing that we've been delivering. And I certainly don't think that anyone expected that we would be 2 years committed of the increment. That shocks me. I think it's really disappointing because I worry about the missed opportunities that we face in terms of additional surprise acquisition opportunities. We know that several parks are going into capital campaigns. We're not going to be able to support that. We're going to be on the sidelines when we doubled the millage and went from 18 to 40 some odd million a year. I think that's the frustration that I'm feeling. The other piece that worries me, Commissioner, you mentioned about we've been really relying on the philanthropic community. Well, I mean, it's no surprise to everybody. The philanthropic community has now stepped back and said, wait a minute, until I see the city's commitment, we're out, or we're going to stand on the sidelines too. And that's really problematic because we're not going to get another opportunity to raise the millage rate again anytime soon. And so unless we figure this out, we have not done ourselves any service on this. And so that's the disappointment that I'm expressing here. I just am shocked, again, that we find ourselves in a position to have to fight a cut in this budget because it just intuitively is not what I thought I signed up for when I was advocating for that millage rate. And while I appreciate the explanations of how things have been shifted over, it just isn't making complete sense to me. I think one of the things I think would be helpful is there a way to create the financial statement like our budgets for everything that's been expended out of the Park Improvement Fund? So the same line items, the same year, the same expenditures, because I think if we could have those two running simultaneously, we would see what the aggregate impact has been. And I think we would get a very clear picture of what's been moved over, or how, I shouldn't say it that way, how the sharing of that burden is. So I don't know if that is something that is easy to do from finance, but I think that would be really helpful.
That is, Councilmember. We're happy to engage in that. And we're also happy to kind of break down what you see in that authorized position count movement. Those authorized position count movement are not filled positions or filled actual positions. Those are authorized, which includes vacant positions as well. So that reduction also has abolishments that were put in a personnel paper and movements to the Park Improvement Fund. But again, I think the focus I just really want to reiterate is overall allocation to parks that went from 61 million to over 130 million in a 3 to 4 year period. I think that is significant. It shouldn't be lost. It is something that was thoughtful and something that I think the Parks Commissioner and the team really appreciates, is that there's enough funding for them to deliver on their promise to the city. At the end of the day, I mean, when we were competing with that Parks Mill Fund, there was advocacy to increase the general fund instead of Parks Mill, which would have probably answered some of your question about making sure the general fund budget had a linear 2-3% growth year over year. But if we would have done that, I don't think that would have helped parks significantly. It may have been even a worse situation.
Yeah, I think going back to the FTE analysis, that's part of the challenge that we've been screaming on our side for some bit. All these numbers always include funded, unfunded, and so it's so noisy. So if there is a way to map all that out in terms of funded and unfunded, and then again, the shift from general fund over to Park Improvement Fund, perhaps that would paint a better picture of it, because right now what we see is, yeah, just 144 FTE drop. So, you know, I think where I find myself now, and this is consistent with the other trust funds that we've been shining a light on, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the Clean Energy Trust Fund. I think I'm starting to feel like I'm getting backed into a corner where by, and I've started doing it, when those pieces of legislation come to us, and as soon as I see it's an improvement fund, I mean, I start at a no, and you have to get me to a yes. And at some point, you know, there's a lot of us that care about affordable housing. There's a lot of us that care about parks. There's gonna be 8, enough to start blocking this. And I don't want us to get in that position. If we can set the philosophy around when expenses are allocated to one or the other, and we have a better understanding of it, I think it's an easier path to yes. So I just expressed my frustration. I hope the analysis that I'm asking for will help illuminate some of the, and kind of mitigate some of the concerns I have. But I just feel like with your department and the expenditures, we're going in the wrong direction with the general fund dollars, and we're missing opportunities, and I don't want to say we're misusing, because I trust that everything that has been decided has been, you know, per the code, but I don't know that it follows the intent of when we went to the trouble and the pain of proposing it, thanks to Hillis and Westmoreland, and actually the voters voting on it. So I think we're just at that point where we're gonna have to see about reconciling. I also just don't want us to be in a position where we start the budget year every year, and these improvement funds, the Affordable Housing Trust funds, are already committed and spent. And so they really are not helpful to us in terms of trying to lift the quality of service that we're getting. I did want to ask one last question about that park score, because I know that we've made significant movement over the last several years. Do we see that trajectory continuing? And is that because, and can it continue if we don't really leverage and utilize the park improvement fund per, again, what I thought it would be, the whole incremental approach versus just substitution approach?
Yeah, no, we see that increase continuing. What we're really focusing on is equity and access. And so, for instance, this fiscal year, in fiscal year 27, we'll be making an investment in Tucson Trail Neighborhood Park, finally fulfilling a promise we've made to install a splash pad at that park. We're currently under construction and working at Pittsburgh, at Pittman Park, where we'll be enhancing the pool and adding a splash pad at that park. This year, we added a dog park at Grant Park, and thanks to the Grant Park Conservancy who's here and their partnership. And in addition to some of our investment, we'll be adding 10 bathrooms, which all add amenities. And it's that amenity score that we're anemic in compared to other cities. And so by adding amenities, by adding parks, which are close to people's homes, we're at 81%. We have 19% to go to make sure everybody's within a 10-minute walk of a park. Those amenities combined with acquisitions are what increase our park score. And so that's what we're focusing on, is making sure that where we have lacked amenities in the past, that we're making those investments in those amenities in the communities that need them.
I mean, I just like having that as our North Star. It's a great outside metric of, are we making the right investments and decisions? And anyhow, all right, I think I'm blowing a gasket. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Thank you. Councilmember Collins.
Thank you. Thank you for this dialogue. I think that you hear the general sentiment of where we're all concerned about the, and I hate to use the word, kind of like the commingling of general fund and park improvement fund dollars. I just have a general question to understand the magnitude, and I think CFO Bala started to talk about this. So the park improvement fund annually is about $42 million. The tree trust fund is $13 million. And then the park maintenance trust fund, how much is in that typically annually?
Yeah, so we have a variety of different trust funds. We have a trust fund for our golf division. We have a trust fund for park maintenance, athletics, Camp Best Friends. Go ahead, Henry.
Oh, yeah, so we have several based on, as Commissioner stated, most of them are based on revenues that we receive for different areas, whether it be reservations for parks. And that's contingent upon, the the amount of the events that we get each year, which is not guaranteed, but we expect certain large events to come in that help support that fund and help support maintenance as well. And then we have our recreational revenues, which come into trust funds, help offset some of the costs there as well.
So particularly for park improvement and recreation, do we know what are those specific amounts?
Say it one more time, sorry.
For the park maintenance trust fund?
Yes.
And for the recreation trust fund, what are those amounts?
What are those amounts? It depends on what time of the year, of course, but I can actually get your report on where they are as of to date.
Yeah.
But I can follow up with that information.
And then thank you, and then that would be great. And then just for clarity, for the park millage rate, and this may be for CFO Ball and the team, is there a limitation on the use of that millage?
Yeah, there's classifications for that millage, which I highlighted before. 50% of it goes to capital improvements, 40% for maintenance and operational costs, 5% for security and safety needs, and 5% for other associated expenses.
And that generates a roughly how much a year?
So that about 42 million a year.
Okay, that's the 41.3.
And this is actually a good thing here because it's because it's a mill. It grows linearly with the assessments and the value assessments. So it's when we started this, it was roughly about 37 million a year. Now it's growing up to 42. As more development happens, as things grow in Atlanta, that will continue to grow proportionally as well too.
So, okay, I see it now. So on page 545 of our book, there's 41.3 million. That is the park millage. There's about, I guess that's 15,927 for.
Sure, all of the different categories of income that are generated. And when you see miscellaneous revenue,
yes,
that's the estimate of the rollover from the prior year's leftover millage, right? So we estimated that to be at 30 million. When we were running the book, we'll update it at the end of the year to be where it should be. But as of today, it's about 41 million.
Okay.
And it could probably go down. So it's an estimate placeholder for now, Councilwoman. Great question.
So for general fund dollars for Parks and Rec, there's the 54.6 million. Then there's going to be the accounting of another 72.2 million.
Probably a little bit more, hopefully, but as of now, 72 conservatively, yes. So if you add those two together, that's 126. That's not including the tree trust fund and the other stuff, but
Yeah.
I mean, when we're talking about core parks functions, it's 126 million that's available to utilize. Again, half of that 42 is for capital needs, and then 40% of that 42 is for operation and maintenance.
Great, thank you. And so I think one of our questions, I think you all have answered the question, but I definitely want to ask it again, where there's this revelation, even when I came on last year, in terms of the trust fund being used to supplant versus truly supplement. And so I think there's a growing concern that we're having, ensuring that the park improvement funds are used just for that and not used as a space to close the gap, particularly when we are looking at a total. I mean, you said, CFO Bali, you said the numbers initially 126, and that's not including the 13 million in the tree trust fund, the other trust fund dollars and things of that nature. So I think there is a growing concern, because what the biggest thing that we hear and we bring it to you guys is conditions of our parks, to your point, equity and access, what that looks like, things of that nature. So my question goes to not only has this funding been used to supplement or truly supplant existing park maintenance using the general fund, using these two funds as the main driver. And then my last question, with the answer to that, the follow-up question that I have is, do we have the funding to adequately address park maintenance, period? No matter what line item it has, general or park improvement fund, do we truly have what we need for the state of affairs for park improvement, period? And if not, how much do we actually need?
Yes, we do have sufficient resources to adequately maintain our parks based on our current service level agreement.
And so oftentimes what we hear is that park maintenance, what I think to Councilman Wan's point is that park maintenance has been, it sounds like chronically underfunded for years. And I know CFO Bala said this administration, we're trying to truly close that gap and address these issues. I think the starting thing that you're going to hear from us as council, and I know for me as one going to be linked on to support the four walls of what truly the Park Improvement Fund was designed to do, and ensuring that we are doing that work and also distributing those resources with full integrity and full fidelity, so that there isn't a conversation. It's truly one of supplement versus supplanting. And if it is one, I think that you have a council that is like, if you don't have what you need in the general fund or the other funds to do that, let us know so that you're not in a position to have to supplant versus truly supplement. And that just make our impact stronger, and it truly ripples through the city. So that's why I asked that, that's why I truly asked that question, because we don't want you to be in a position where you feel you have to, like my grandma, like we grew up, rob Peter, pay Paul, like move things around, make it enough. Like, we don't want to be in that space, but what you truly, if it is any condition of this budget where you feel you're going to have to be supplanting support and effort at any time of this year, I think this is the time to let us know what that looks like, so we know that you're fully supported for what you're doing. So I think that's my question and sort of comment, I would say.
Yeah, no, I would say based on the priorities that we've outlined in fiscal year 27 and outlined in the budget book, we have the necessary resources to achieve those goals and objectives, including, adding restrooms, working with partners to enhance recreation services for seniors and youth. We have resources, flipping back to all of the great things we were talking about, the Urban Forest Master Plan. We have resources to do our reaccreditation. We have resources for the Urban Forest Master Plan, the Geospatial Asset Management, Foot Golf, inaugural Tup Cup, the acquisition of 404 Hamiltonian homes and the abundant properties, as well as planning and design for those spaces. We're also going to be doing some park development activities and planning for those as well. And I think also, to put it in context, we also have the Moving Atlanta Forward bond dollars, and those over $140 million worth of projects across 72 projects. In addition to the general fund, the park millage, community impact fees, tree trust fund, and the Moving Atlanta Forward bond program, we have ample resources to deliver. And every day we're delivering on that promise. We're building new parks, we're enhancing those resources, we're working with partners to match those funds to take the dollars even farther. We're working really hard to maximize those dollars in order to get the most efficient service delivery for you and for our neighbors.
Thank you, Commissioner Cutler. We'll let us know whatever you need. You've been amazing in terms of the responses and support and any information that my office needs to communicate to the public. Like I said, I will put a pin in it and say, I know this is going to be a top priority. So please just know that you have a council that really wants you all to be in a space of true supplementing the work versus having to make tough decisions to supplant and move things around. With that being said, Mr. Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martin, then Boone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Very, very quick. My questions are more operational, administrative, but they do have budget implications on them. I wanted to know, as we get ready to go into the warmer season of the year, we're kind of there, we're kind of not, depends on what day of the week it is. You mentioned earlier about our officers, the off-duty officers. I know that I see them in Melvin Drive, William Walker, West Cascade, Adams Park, and the Nature Preserve. And first of all, I want to say thank you for that. Let's please not taper that off in any way. It's very, very helpful. I'm seeing families more and more in those parks. And I'm a grateful council member for that. And so I want to call those out particularly. We had a great time at Stone Hogan Park the other day, last week. Commissioner, I just want to thank you all for leaning in there. And as much as we can do and get those kinds of activations going, where you've got partnership happening, not just from the community engagement perspective, but from funding. We're seeing outside organizations that are investing in our parks. I know we've got a similar infusion coming to William Walker to resurface the outdoor courts there. I'm really, really grateful for that. Let me know how, as a council member, I can help with that. I come from corporate America, and I'm certainly willing to lean in and get that work done, and I'm excited about it. 2 questions on timelines and I'll ask them together. William Walker Pool, our timeline there, as well as the Adams Park facility. Are there any updates on our timelines? Anything I can do to advocate to speed them up and get them going? I do want to get some reaction on that one, though.
Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Commissioner Williams.
Thank you for the question.
Indeed.
Hit it one more time.
Sorry. William Walker Pool, we're looking at, we have a scope of work and we submitted that to get it procured. We're looking at a completion date, spring 2028.
Fantastic.
So that's exciting. And what was the second?
Adams Park, the new facility there.
Might have to get back to you on that.
No worries.
My notes right here.
Do you mean John A. White?
I'm sorry, I said Adams Park. I do mean John A.
Okay,
White.
that makes more sense.
Yes,
Sorry.
sorry.
I don't have that one listed. Okay.
Jazz
John
Festival.
A.
When I was
White.
on Adams Park was the Jazz Festival.
We're actually under construction, as you've probably seen.
Absolutely.
They've done a lot of the earthwork, some of the tree work. Architecture construction is going to start this fall, and then we're finishing that building and site work October 2027.
Fantastic. Last final question, I promise. Right-of-way tree trimming. It's my understanding that Parks and Recs is responsible for that across the city, which was, as an alum of City Hall, as an employee, I didn't know that. Has not always been the case. Is there a schedule for that? Are we not, hopefully we're not in any way cutting that back? How can I sort of access the schedule for that? Number one, I hope we're not trimming that in any way, pun intended.
Oh, actually, thank you for that question. There's a whole lot there that's going on with the city. So first of all, if there's anything that we can be reactive to, if anybody wants to call that in, we have an arborist division that can look at any of those right-of-way trees, and we have a forestry division that can take care of that.
Okay.
I'm happy to say both of those teams are now currently within metric. They meet 85 to 90% of their timeline to meet the goals, both on the arborist side and the forestry side. And that's in part due to the Park Improvement Fund, making sure they have appropriate equipment. We've actually added equipment to that group, so I'm very proud of both those groups. Secondly, as y'all might have remembered, we got a $5 million grant, I want to say, that we're a partner with Department of City Planning. They are starting, I want to say, as early as next week. They are doing what they call LiDAR scanning of all trees across the entire city. There'll be a map that is generated that shows every single right-of-way tree on every city street. From that, they actually provide a detailed assessment of that tree and the condition of that tree, which will then be verified by our arborists to make sure, that's coming. This is all done by computer-generated AI. But once that is completed, we'll have a pretty full assessment of every linear street and every street tree. That does not stop anyone. If you see a tree that needs to come down, you need to call that in. This process will take, I think, until July to complete the first phase of that. But we're super excited about that and appreciate DCP for being supportive of that.
And I guess mine is just overhanging branches and those kind of things. So you cover all of that. Can you please get in touch with my office and share with us how we can, because Tell Road, we've got a tree. I don't think it's going to fall. I just think it's the way it's growing. It just needs to be trimmed back. And that's Tell Road Southwest, and the entire, it's a short street. It just needs to sort of be assessed for trimming along with Greenbrier Parkway. Right. And if you could just share with me how I can just in the future just kind of call it in. That you can just, helpful.
But you just did. I got you.
All right, good. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to be brief because I see the list has grown very long, so I want to be brief and quick. First, I would like to thank you all so much for the purchase of Tatum's Lake. What a grateful, grateful community. We are so looking forward to the sessions and the renderings. We appreciate you all so much for that. Kudos to Mr. Quentin Moore and his entire team. Immaculate, beautiful work. We are so very proud when we drive up on the grounds of our parks and see that they are very well maintained with beautiful flowers. Drive by any of our parks and they are just wonderful. So thank you, Quentin Moore, for everything, and your entire team. I see them, I saw a few of them, I see them over there. Thank you all so much, we appreciate you. To Keith Hicks and the design team, what an amazing job with the C.T. Martin exhibit. Phenomenal work, thank you so much. Commissioner Voss, Commissioner Cutler, thank you all for making sure that Doctors Memorial Park is up and running, and the elevators at C.T. Martin are doing really, really well. My issues today will be, one, we need another senior facility. We are busting at the seams at Old Adamsville. We have 120 to 130 seniors that are partaking in jewelry making, choir, sewing, history, speakers that are coming in. We need another center that can offer those services, because whatever Miss Jones is doing, everybody wants some of whatever she's doing over there. And I don't mind feeding District 11 and 12 and all of that, but let's see what we can do to hire someone to go out and do something at these other rec centers. 25 people, 50 people, that's not, something is wrong. We got to do something about these senior centers as well. I guess I'll meet with Ms. Wimbush and Mr. Brown about this. We've got to have free dance at C.T. Martin. We've got to have free dance. We have the best studio in the city of Atlanta. I will meet with them. Thank you all for what you all do, Ms. Brown, Ms. Wimbush and Mr. Brown. Could you all stand? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. They answer the call, they get these text messages at night. They're always on the ground and always helping. But I gotta have a dance person. We gotta have free dance. Not a vendor that's gonna charge, because she's not gonna have but 2 people. Dance. And I see our COO in the audience who was part of the dance classes at Old Adamsville. So we got it when she was a kid, yes. Okay, the update, what is the update on the Collier Rec Centers? The renovations at Collier. We are so excited. We have an update on that. You can get back with me. I'm gonna go quick because we gotta just get back with me on the updates on the Collier Rec Centers. Commissioner Voss, we would like to have seat covers at the C.T. Martin Rec Center.
Seat cover?
Toilet seat covers.
Oh, okay.
That is from Ms. Patricia Floyd and Ms. Jones. It's very, very used. The center is, and they want these seat covers.
Custodial,
So
I got you.
please help them with that. We need a person just like Trish. Trish started at C.T. Martin Rec Center. We need a person. Ms. Wimbush, we need a person. You know what Trish is? We need a person back at C.T. Martin to fill in for the programming, that the history programs and everything that was done there. From 9 to 1 at our rec centers, we would like to see resume writing classes, some type of creative work source classes from 9 to 1. Something other, the senior programmings are great, but for our young adults, they definitely want something. We need to offer them something. Mr. Brown, if you could think of what can the rec centers offer from 9 to 1, then we could clean up, get ready for the children at 3, our after-school program. But from 9 a.m. to 1, we need some robust programming. We have a lot of empty rooms, and we want to fill them up with programming. Again, thank you all so much. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you. I support free dance lessons. I wanted to echo some of my colleagues' concerns about just the overall reduction in budget. And something I'm wondering is with the proliferation of the Beltline, I just anecdotally feel like I've seen so much more park usage and park activity in my own district, just walking around the old Fourth Ward Park, seeing Piedmont Park, Central Park. You know, there's so many festivals and community events happening all the time. And just every time I pass historic Fourth Ward Park, it's just booming with activity. And I think the Beltline has really contributed to that in a positive way. And I think that if I were to ask my constituents, you know, what they would want to see from our fiscal year 27 budget, I think a lot of them would say an increase in funding for parks. And I have a suspicion that many people in the city would say that as well. So I'm wondering, as a new council member, do you all track park usage? And if so, how? Have you seen an uptick in activity, or how are we tracking that? And are we factoring that into these budget allocations?
Yeah, currently we're working on with a group called City Data AI to use disaggregated cell phone data to understand park usage. And so we'll be rolling that out this fiscal year just to better understand park usage. What we use currently is just weather prediction related to, is it going to be a sunny weekend or a rainy weekend, historical trash usage. So for instance, today at our senior leadership team meeting, we were talking about Mother's Day. Mother's Day is a day that people like to go to the parks. We also know that there's a 55% chance of rain. So we know we'll be prepared, but we'll also make sure that we aren't over prepared, if you will. But should there be a higher incidence of trash, we'll be ready to absorb that. To your question about Beltline maintenance, we work directly with the Beltline. We provide them with over $1 million of maintenance dollars, and then they provide capital dollars back to us in partnership. So they will do improvements in parks to support park capital development. So that's a way that we work collaboratively to best maintain the Beltline.
And I guess more so I was asking, and this is more out of curiosity, but I think it would inform budget decisions, is have you all tracked park and outdoor space usage over time, like over the years? Is that something we're tracking or can track?
Like, as I mentioned, we don't have trackers in our parks. We don't have like infrared trackers or historically like disaggregated cell phone data. So we don't have that currently. We are working with City Data AI to implement that in fiscal year 27. So we'll understand going forward what park usage is. We know from like festival and events permits, you know, how many people say they're going to have at their festival or their event, and we can look at that over a period of time. We do know that after COVID-19, park usage has increased, you know, and I think people have seen that in community. We've seen that in the number of trash, the impact to grass and turf areas. So we have seen an uptick in park usage. I know many of our partners have just said that they've seen an uptick in usage as well. So currently it's anecdotal evidence backed by permit and permit application evidence, and then maintenance impact evidence is how we currently kind of measure park usage. But going forward, we'll have data.
Well, I was going to say, actually, not anecdotally, we measure it in terms of garbage. We and Councilmember Winston, this happened to us just last week. So we'd opened the new section of trail there at Southeast, and we had it down for, I think, 5 days of garbage service. And within the first week, we realized we had to move it to 7. That happens all the time, especially on the Beltline, but at all the parks we have. Happens at Cook Park. Anytime we open a new park, that it's a moving target. And that literally just happened last week, and we were able to adjust for that. The partnership that Commissioner is speaking of, we actually dump some trash cans on the Beltline 3 times a day on Saturday, and still sometimes on some Saturdays that can be a lot. But that's our best litter as well. But garbage, if you see any of that, we want to know about it. But we've adjusting that schedule. We mentioned Director Moore and Assistant Director Latasha Tucker. They've both been around here for 30 years. Latasha just had her 30-year anniversary with the city last week, by the way. I'm hoping she stays a little longer. That kind of experience, we are able to do that, and we are monitoring that all the time.
Yeah, and I know, you know, we're in a tight budget situation this year, but I feel like we've sat through a few hearings at this point where I feel like we saw some department budgets with maybe a bit of bloat, and so, you know, there could be potential to move some of that money around to parks, in my opinion. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I want to go back to the whole idea of the Park Improvement Fund and the general fund. Y'all got an increase in millage. This council decided to do that, which is great. We are going to have other departments that come in. We all have roads that haven't been resurfaced. We all have issues out there in our communities where we're not getting the city services. What y'all have done, which is great, is you have increased what you offer, because I've been here 25 years, and recreation was not all the 25 things that we've talked about today. It wasn't. And there weren't that many parks, and there weren't nature preserves except for a few, Cascade Springs being an exception. So what we've done is to really do the city well, where people love this community space and they love what they get to do. But we have other core city services that they didn't get an increase in their millage. You know, they didn't get a specialized way that they got more money. So my view is use the Park Improvement Fund. Take as much of that off of the general fund, because we are trying to raise the millage rate with our constituents this year would be unbelievable. And so we've already, and I've already sent to my colleagues and they've already responded, that we want to know the executive offices that are not mandated by the charter and to look at reductions there, because we don't want to reduce where it's direct service. So I love the fact that you got more money and that you got more places to use it, but I'm saying anything you can do to take the pressure off the general fund as we have to make these decisions over the next few weeks will be appreciated. And I am very grateful to everything y'all have done. I'm one of the places of the 81, not the 81% that's a 10-minute walk to a park. So I appreciate the fact that Commissioner Cutler, you have worked to rectify that and add us into the 81% of your entire city that actually is closer to parks. So I appreciate, and we have, of course, out in my way, and with Alex Swan and with Thomas Worthy, we have conservancies and we have things that put in a bunch of money to help y'all as well. So I want us to be very thoughtful about how we can make sure that you can get what you need and continue to do the great work you're doing. But let's try not to say it should be general fund dollars if there are other ways that y'all can legitimately do the capital, do the maintenance, do the safety, do the administration. So.
Thank you. And we have one last follow-up from Councilmember Worthy.
Sure. Thank you I'm sorry for taking the mic over again, but a lot of people are surprised to hear that District 7 in Buckhead is the most underparked district in the city. And District 7 is also a very young district, so we have house full of, crazy children climbing the walls that desperately need parks. So I'm very, very passionate about this. I do have a couple more questions. As we're looking at this, regular salaries, completely flat, $0, 0.00 variance. To use a phrase where I grew up, there's something's crooked in that fence. How can there be $0 variance with health insurance costs and everything else? What's the explanation there?
Well, as outlined here, the CFO has done a phenomenal job getting the best pension and healthcare costs, and so they were able to decrease that amount by $385,000 because of the cost savings.
Okay.
So those costs went down.
All right, thanks. APS is about to make a decision in District 7 related to Sarah Smith, and there is an opportunity that is not in our purview of decision, but there is an opportunity, as fleeting as it may be, to acquire new green space in the most underparked district in the city. And what concerns me about this is I think that what I'm hearing is that there's a high likelihood I'm going to have to go back and tell really, really excited people that are excited for the right reasons, can't help you. We don't have the resources to deliver this once in a generational opportunity. And I understand certainly what my colleague, Ms. Norwood, is saying. I understand the explanations from the CFO, but I think at the end of the day, the purchase services over the year, not going to shock you, Howard left all of his papers, and I'm trying to figure out when I need them, but looking back over the years, the purchased and contracted services in Parks and Rec has reduced in half since the mill went up. And I get where Ms. Norwood is going, and I get the obligation that we have to pass a balanced budget, but I would also submit to you that when you open your tax bill, the Parks mill is about the only thing that people don't get pissed off about on their tax bill, right? They look at the T-Splosh bill, they're like, well, I don't ride more, why am I spending this? Or they look at, something, they look at APS mill and they were like, I'm over 65, I don't have any kids. The Parks mill is what every citizen in the city uses or wants the opportunity to use. So I just feel like I understand the explanations, I understand the situation we're in, but I think there's got to be a better way because it does feel a little bit like a shell game and the council doesn't know what cup the ball is under. And the more and more we talk through this, I'm worried the ball might not be under a cup at all, but in my own pocket and me not know it's there. So not really a question, but I think that there's more work that needs to be done on this.
Thank you. And I had a whole paper of questions, but I don't think I could find anything that hasn't been answered already so far. So really appreciate you all. I think what you are hearing from my colleagues is that I think most residents experience their city government through our parks and recreation. And so this is one of the things that we hear about the most from our constituents. And I think we just want to make sure that we get this right. As we go through this budget process, and I think there will definitely be more conversations about, how our funds are being used, how we look at our general fund budget moving forward. But I think we're all passionate about making sure that our parks are the best that they can be. So with that, thank you very much for your presentation, and we are going to quickly transition to our last one of the day, which is Department of Customer Service. So thank you all.
Thank you. Got claps, guys. Good job, Chris. Good job.
Introducing your team, and we'll allow you to get started.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It is a pleasure to be here, and good afternoon. I am Commissioner Maisha Good, and I serve or oversee the Department of Customer Service, which ATL 311 is housed under. And I'll have my colleagues here introduce themselves as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Vernon Edmonds, and I proudly serve as the Deputy Commissioner of ATL 311.
Good afternoon. My name is Joy Quarles. I'm the director over the customer service delivery team over ATL 311.
So before we get started, I just wanted to remind everyone of the services that we provide. So we serve as the primary contact for non-emergency services and information. Our hours of operation is Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to midnight. And also, we have several channels outside of phones that we can be reached at, which is on this slide as well. But we can also be followed at ATL 311 on our social media handles, if you would like to reach us there. So first is our organizational structure chart. And so, as you can see, I'm looking down here, is that under me, to my left, is Deputy Commissioner Vernon Edmonds, and under him is our Human Resources Business liaisons. And then we also have a customer success manager who listens to the voice of the customers, who's looking at the surveys and the feedback that we're getting from constituents. And then we also have Yvette, who is our senior executive assistant. Below us is we have 3 directors and 1 business administration business manager. So under Customer Service Center is Director Bartlettson. He oversees the entire 301 operations. And under Lamiki Davis, the director of the Innovation, Performance, and Accountability team, she oversees our technology. So all the new technology enhancements that you're seeing is under her team. She also provides the data to you all on a monthly basis of each of your council districts. Next, we have customer service delivery, which is Joy Quarles to my right. She serves as the director over portfolio management. So those knowledge articles that we continue to update, that's on our 311.com portal, that is her team keeping that information updated for constituents. Her team also oversees the social media team and also back office and escalations, which we sometimes get from some of you when things need to be escalated. So thank you for continuing to send those to us. And they also oversees our PIO, so all communications that you see going out serves under Joy. Lastly is Brianna Fawcett, our senior business manager, who is typically here with us, but she's out on maternity leave, so congrats to her and her family. But she serves over our budget. She keeps our budget intact, our HR and any legislation, as well as procurement as well. So our fiscal year 27 year-end review and look ahead. I would now pass it over to Director Quarles and followed by DC Edmonds.
All right, so our current accomplishments for FY26 is effective and ethical government. We're starting off with our ATL 301 professional development rotational program. That program focuses on talent management, retention, and succession planning. Pretty much each employees have the opportunity to learn each section within a department with hands-on training. The second one is optimized scheduling, which is for efficiency and introduce skill-based route logic to better align customer intake with a highly skilled agent. Third, we have the increase in a knowledge base with over 450 new articles to strengthen the customer feedback loop and provide clearer insight. That is for the knowledge articles that our agents will use as well as constituents can go online and see the process for different departments. Also, during fiscal year 2025, ATL 301 received a total call volume of 302,649, while supportive services handle over 14,000 calls. Our data for 2026 indicates a similar trend in our call volume across both areas. And I'm gonna pass it over to DC Edmonds.
Okay. And in alignment with the mayor's pillar of effective and ethical government, we continue to look for operational efficiencies, primarily in our handle time, by reducing that down by 20 seconds, which will generate approximately 1 to 2 FTE monthly capacity through automated workflows, targeted process improvements, focused coaching strategies. This enhancement improves our responsiveness and elevates our overall customer experience. In addition, we're implementing guided quarterly top 10 knowledge article reviews with high-volume departments to inform strategy and drive continuous improvement in service delivery, as well as service level agreements. And lastly, strengthening our feedback loop and real-time status updates from departments and including required completion of notes and photos before case closure, thus reducing escalation, improving transparency, and reducing premature closures.
Thank you, team. So next I will cover the fiscal year 27 position count by fund. And so what you see here is our vacancies filled, and we're split funded. So we're split funded by general fund, waste and wastewater revenue fund, and lastly, solid waste. And here you will see in our field 118 of those positions and how they're split funded. And the vacancies is 17, how they're split funded as well. However, what I do want to note is that currently we're operating in the posture of our fiscal 27 budget. We have right at 135 funded positions. We have 122 positions that are filled, and we are at an 89% filled rate. Currently, we have about 15 vacant positions, and we have a 11% total vacancy rate. But please note that 3 of those 15 vacancies, we will fill them on May 21st. Next is our proposed general fund budget. For the first, what you see here is our allocations since fiscal year 25, and you'll see an elevation each fiscal year. This fiscal year, what you're seeing is the funding to cover pension and to cover benefits, and I'll go into that in just a little bit. So for the Department of Customer Service overall budget highlights, what you're seeing here is defined contributions went up, and also our purchase contract services are going to go up just a tad bit here. And then our full-time position count for this is noted at 135 for fiscal year 27. For the general fund, similar salaries increasing here just a tad, and our pension, general employee pension fund as well. There is a variance of about 10 positions. So for general fund, we would have 59.35% covered in the general fund of FTEs. For the variance explanation, just to go a little further, for the salaries increase, again, this reflects adjustments to align staffing levels with operational needs. Additionally, for the defined contribution plan, there's a little bit over 3,000 increase. And here, this is to cover for projected retirement contributions based on staffing levels. And then as a reminder, there is a you'll see 10 positions decrease based on total staffing levels. For the solid waste services revenue fund, there is an increase in defined contribution, a little over 24,000, and there is a variance of about 3 positions that will be, you'll see here. So right now we're at 21.90, and it will go down to 18.30 under the solid waste. Additionally, for solid waste, what you see is that increase of 24,168. This will also cover projected retirement contributions based on staffing levels. Additionally, we will see a decrease based on total staffing levels of 3. And for wastewater and water, there is an increase of about $40,000 for defined contributions and $24,000 increase for purchase contracted services. And at the bottom here, you'll see about 50 in fiscal year 27, there will be 57.35 FTEs under this budget that will be split funded. So this fiscal year, you see 67.55, and it's going to go down by 10. And lastly, for this area, the $40,741 increase is to cover projected retirement contributions based on staffing levels. Also, the 24,000 purchase contracted services line, this includes funding to cover for contractual and operational expenses. And in this position count, you'll see a variance of 10.20. This is based on staffing levels as well. This last page is I don't went past the last page, is engagements. So the 301 engagements, this is just a kudos to Mayor, Madam COO and DCO pays for their leadership, but also you'll see some of them here, but also you will see our team. And so many thanks to all of you for your continued support throughout this fiscal year and beyond, and your feedback. So we truly appreciate the collaboration with all of you. And thank you to all of our outstanding employees of the Department of Customer Service, and just keep up the great work. At this time, we are available for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Good and team. We're going to start with questions from council members, and we'll start with Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Good and your team. Presentation. What in this budget, possibly any system upgrades or enhancements?
Yes, sir. We are continuing to enhance technologies across all channels, and so to just offer a more positive customer experience. So we are currently working with AIM, and so the budget for that will be allocated under AIM, not in our budget.
Understood. So one of the reasons I asked that is I was kind of taken aback, and maybe it was an excuse, maybe it was true, I hope not, but when a certain commissioner was called out on a SLA that has consistently been met, only in the single digits even, if not in the teens, that are labeled emergencies, his response was one of the reasons is that it is a 24-hour SLA. However, even though it's categorized as an emergency, his department isn't notified about it until 24 hours after 311 receives it. So is that true, or is he blowing smoke?
So as soon as we receive information from a customer and a case is submitted, it goes into the department's back office team. So each team is able to pick it up. However, if it's an escalation, we do escalate it directly to department leadership for resolution. And also we're working with departments, George's team is working with departments to ensure that SLAs are up to par and meet the demand and also make sense for resolution as well.
So once you take it in, any request, especially an emergency request, if I called and said, I don't have any water at my house, or, there's sewage all over the street, that would immediately go to the department.
Yes, and you have to think about the time of day too, right? So if it's like after midnight, 12:01, right, we're closed. So a customer may go online and submit it. That back office team of the referring department will pick it up 8:15 that next morning. So that could be what, that commissioner was referring to.
Well, this particular issue, I know, I've called at 311 after hours, and, you can hit a certain number to get to watershed or get to ATL DOT, and this would be certainly one of those departments that has these emergency issues. So that's what I suspected. You touched a lot about updating the knowledge articles, and one item I brought up in a previous email is, and I'm sure there are multiple that have not been updated and need some attention, but one that caught my attention is speed tables. We go out and do studies, or ATL DOT goes out and does studies, and they have a 3-month SLA. So, after 18 months, when we finally get those back from them, and they confirm that, a speed table is needed, historically, what would happen is whoever requested that, whether it was a council member or if it was, John Doe on Main Street, that requester gets sent a If it was, metrics weren't met, or if they were met, they're told that, and they're sent the speed table plan, and they're sent a petition. Well, this council eliminated the need for that petition many years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago, maybe. However, the knowledge article still states that that petition is required and will be sent to the requestor. And I just bring that up, and like I said, there may be other instances, but that is a safety issue and really a legal issue. If the city has said, oh, hey, we did a study and we found that there's a safety issue on the street, but we're not going to do anything about it until we receive a petition. That's a legal issue. So would like to look into a little further about updating those knowledge articles, especially the one that I brought to attention
thank you
to.
for bringing that to my attention. We also did receive that request from you, so thank you. So what we're doing, Joy's team has reached out to the department to get it updated. Joy's team is continually meeting with these departments on a monthly basis. And so if you see anything else that's like that, please let me know, because we are working on these as often as we can with the departments.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do. That completes my questions. Thank you and your team for all the work, and thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Yes. Commissioner, thank you all so much. You all have a wonderful, wonderful team. I have seen you all grow, and it's just a good experience when I'm moving around and citizens tell us that they have had a wonderful, positive experience with you all. We do have a town hall meeting coming up on Wednesday, and I would love for you all to bring a display and whatever else we could pass out. But again, thank you for the great service. Thank you for the great quality employees. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Boone, and we will definitely be there on March 13th. So thank you for the invitation.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Commissioner and team. I echo Councilmember Boone. I forget the young lady's name right now, but she's like at every community meeting that I go to.
Sade.
That's her name. The only thing I disagree with her on is she's a big Phillies fan. I'm sorry, a big Philadelphia Eagles fan. She's a big Eagles fan. But other than that, she can do no wrong because she is very, very, very engaged. And I've watched her interact with our senior residents. Leading into more of an operational question, as we think about 311 systems, which in the world we live in, becoming more and more critical, the app, our web platform, as well as the phone system, how often are we assessing those systems for improvement? I know that AIM probably drives most of that work, but I would like to know, because I've seen, just some areas of improvement that, were improved, but it just took a little while. And I don't think that's on you all. And if it is, it's not a dig. It's just me saying, hey, people are more and more reliant on these kinds of systems. I would like to just know what is our sort of SOP around assessing those 3 platforms for improvements.
Yes, so I have asked the team to do an assessment every 30 days.
Okay.
And also we look at our surveys and our constituents for you all will inform us of suggestions. So we take heed to those and we have implemented a number of those things. Just recently, customer access to add a bargain feature to our IVR, which we did. So we are consistently looking at all channels every 30 days.
That's good. I think that in the world we live in, again, people want to be able to have a customer service platform at their fingertips. And I think the more we're assessing data, I'm glad to know that there's a survey. The more we're assessing data, it just makes us better. And they are customers. People vote with their feet. And this is the same way I choose where I buy coffee from. It's the same way I choose, my city services. And so I just appreciate that kind of due diligence going into ensuring that our customers, constituents, residents, community members, citizens are being served well. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin.
All right, thank you. I don't think we have any other questions today. So we appreciate you, Commissioner Good and team, for all your hard work and dedication to the city. We've definitely been seeing so many improvements with the SLAs. So thank you for that. I know conversations will continue as we keep going through the proposed FY27 budget. And with that, we are finished with our last briefing for today. I do want to remind the viewing public that council will be back in committee meetings next week, and then we will resume our budget hearing briefings on Thursday, May 14th, beginning at 10 a.m. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.